got the aura. You know what you are, you're a baby, little baby. You now you got hurt 'cause you made me. Yeah, you know what you are, you're a baby, little baby, little baby. You only got hurt 'cause you made me bored. It's karma. It's karma. It's karma. Snip, 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 snip. I'm so bored. Karma's got a thing for me. We hold hands, make plans, keep the receipts. Karma, she's my best friend. One step closer, here's how it ends. Karma's got a thing for me. You see, you'll be digging up 6 feet. Karma's never let me down. My smile will kill when I cut you out. It's karma. It's okay to hurt your voice screaming in my face. I know you gotta bark when you don't got bite. Tell me, what's that like? What's that like? Being that insecure, acting up, immature. Had enough, I'm so bored. I'm so
লিটারালি একটা মাইয়া কন্টেস্টে বই আছে, ওই এখন কোশ্চেন করতেছে, হোয়াট ইজ এ মোটর? ওই কইতেছে, ম্যাম মোটর नहीं पता आपको? कइतेছে, मैडम मोटर नहीं पता आपको? आपके घर में पानी कहाँ से आ रहा है? टैप से, यू नो, टैप टैप टैप। না 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 না, কন্ট্রোভার্সি না, মানে আমার কথা হলো ভাই, আমারও মানে এইরকমই রিচ হওয়া দরকার, ঠিক আছে? শালা 1.5 মিটারের বাইরে কি হইতেছে যাতে কোনো কিছু পাত্তাই না থাকে। ট্যাপ খুলতেছে, ওই দিক দিয়ে পানি আইতেছে, শেষ। পানি থেকে ট্যাপের মধ্যে আসতেছে সেটা অন্য কেউ জানো, সেটা আমার জানা।
হ্যাঁ, মেন কথা হলো পানি তো আইতাছে, তো আমি আর এত কিছু জানি না, কি করবো তুমি আর মুড়ি।
ও মাই গড, ভাইয়া তুমি এইটাই জানবা না যে মোট ভাই মাটি থেকে যে পানি উঠতেছে এটাই তুই জানো তো ব্রো, হোয়াট দ্য ফাক।
না, এইটা হলো বেশি হইলে থাকে না, বেশি বড় লোক।
ওটাই তো কইলাম, শালা এত মানে এত রিচ হইতে হবে 1.5 মিটারের বাইরে কি হইতেছে যাতে আমার জানা না লাগে। Holy shit.
আমি কিছু জানি না।
আরে ব্রো, ইউ প্লে টিসিজি ক্যাট গেম, এটা দাও।
তুমি টিসিজি তে তোমার ক্যারিয়ার গঠন করবা, ক্যারিয়ার।
টিসিজি চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপ হয় কিন্তু, ঠিক আছে?
আমার
না।
ইউ ব্রাদার টিপট কে দেখছি, ইউ ব্রাদার টাইম এতে বোঝা যায় যে এত টাইম ফাও টাইম আছে তোর এত। ওইটা পাওয়া টাইম, টিপট সাজানোর টাইম পাও তুমি, ক্যারেক্টার বিল্ড করার টাইম পাও না, টিপট সাজাবো।
ये क्या है?
ও ভাই টিপট সাথে লাভটা কেমন কত আগে কে দেখতেছো তো টিপট শান্তি अंदरूनी
মনো
शांति
শান্তি আরে না
ना
মনের
ना
রেডিয়েন্ট
अंदरूनी शांति इधर प्लीज কি কয় কুম্ভ পান্ডা হোলি শিট আমি কালকে কুম্ভ পান্ডা 4 দেখলাম अंदरूनी शांति হিন্দিতে দেখছি অবশ্য
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
আমার
अंदरूनी
নোবেল
शांति
একটা ড্যামেজ দেয় ভাই দেখলেই ভালো লাগে।
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
তুই নিউ বেলেটা
Here is your
বিল করতে
reward.
পারছিস জানতাম না
এবার কইরা আছে, আমি বিল করে নেই তো
পারবি কেন ওটা শুধু ব্রেন লাগবে না
ওটা
পাবজেক্ট প্লেয়ার
নেই
ফ্রি আমার
জানি না।
হুইয়া the UID আমি তো বুড়া এখন হই নাই আরো 2 বছর আগে হয়েছে
ये मेरे को आईडी दे था रिक्वेस्ट করে
কেন আমরা হ্যারাস করতেছিস তোরা?
আরে হ্যারাসমেন্ট
তোমার ওয়ার্ল্ডে
হ্যারাসমেন্ট ছাড়া তো ভিউ হবে না, দূর হ্যারাসমেন্ট দরকার আছে।
আমি এখনো কার্ড খেলতেছি।
দেখ পাঁচ পাতা খেলা যা।
আমারে কই সুস্তি খেলতে আমি কি করব আমি? কুইজি করতেছি।
কুইজ
World quiz-ই করতেছে।
কুইজ গাইস কুইজ
ওয়েস্ট শুদ্ধ বাংলা। আমার লগে
ইউআইডি
রেন্ট
দে
আছে বাবা।
হালাত কো ইউআইডি দে
ইউআইডি কই বলে ইউআইডি কো ये बोट के बिले छोड़ो भाई
ইউআইডি দে রে ওয়া কপি কইরা জেনারেলে দিয়া দে রে ওয়া
ये कार्ड गिनते बैठूं केमने?
जब तक खत्म नहीं होता तब तक निकल नहीं सकता, गान बराता
राउंड कड़ा। भाई हमारे हैक कर लो भाई আমি আর খেলুম না এটা
11 8411 0660 रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट कर ले रे
জেনারেলে দিছস
আমি লেখা বুঝা দিছি এই एक्सेप्ट করছ তাহলে সাথে
अरे बेटा के আমি কার্ড গেমে বই আছি দাও না
দেবম কেমনে স্ট্রিম আছে, স্ট্রিম না থাকলে কেমনে দেব?
স্ট্রিম দিও আমি
84 দাঁড়া
There's no need to exchange
8, 4, 1, 1.
pleasantries.
কি করতে
It's rather pathetic to force a conversation.
আরে ওই যে ওটার মারুন
Just to
লাগবো, মারলে
occupy
দাঁড়া রে
silence.
হালাত
পয়েন্ট নাই তো
তুই
এন্ডাউন্ড
জানি না
লিভ দেওয়া যায় তো ডাইন সাইডে ওই যে সেটিংস এর আইকনটা ক্লিক কর।
ডিপ্রেশন জিনিস এই গেমের মধ্যে ডিপ্রেশন
কি এটা খেললে কে খুশি থাকবো আমরা কদি
ওলা কাটতে পারতাছে না ভাই।
ওটা ঢোকা পারলে তো
এটা খেললে কে খুশি থাকবো আমরা
আরে এনে ক্লিক করছ তা ভাই থামস তো একটু। হ্যাঁ বাহ
বাল একটা গেম এটা বলে কোজ দিছালা
আমি তো কইলাম ভাই ওইটা পুরা গেমের মধ্যে একটা ফালতু একটা জিনিস দাঁড়া
গেম খেলতেছিলা তো?
হ্যাঁ কইনি কই
এবার একটা কাম করো এই পাইমন মেনু বের করো ফ্রেন্ডস এ যাও ওই যে লাল টিক করো আরে
Relax.
হিপনো দেখি 42 শিব ইউ
আমি পারের গেমে খেলি না রিয়েলি
Swollen fury.
কেন ব্রেন নাই ইউ
ওই যে আরেকজন কই কি
ইউ শিব
কিসের গোষ্ঠী মারি
দাঁড়া আইডি তো
ইউ ব্রাদার ইউ
এটা ইউ লাগাইতে কি
ইউ
আর জীবনের কষ্ট সবাই আনবার করতে আছে কি করব
বাইরে
ইউ ব্রাদার
And
আমি
around.
মার
বাইরে
বের করি
বুঝতাছ না আমরা ভিতরে
ये तेरे पास है रुक
You brother, you. अरे कहाँ जाना है तो बताओ अपनी गांड छोड़ देंगे চাইল্ডি এ
Mandela.
what there is
Tarantula.
what
ট্যান্টাগলিয়া না কি জানি কয় আল্লাহ।
টাটাইলিয়া ব্রো what the fuck
আমি নেই না আমারে কইলা
না তোমার কথা ঠিক আছে তুমি তো জানো না
ওই,
ভাই
চল
এরা
যাবি না?
এরা কি করলো what the fuck
কোন জায়গায়
ভাই মোবাইলের যে ক্যারেক্টার তেরিজ লাগাই holy shit bro
ये तेरे पास
এই তুই আমার লাগে সত্যি এই কাম করতেছ তারা দেখা যাচ্ছে
মাথা নষ্ট রে মাথা
ইটালি রেসলি আমার প্রোফাইল পিকচারে দেওয়া ছিল রে গান্ডু वाला
good.
Let's begin.
God bro thinks they can flex Ayaka and Shenhe on me. Here you go. Here you go.
Transfiguration! Cryo incarnate!
আজকে মামু রেডি বলে
এটা দুটো ভূতা খেয়ে মরে যাবো দুইটা ভূতা খেয়ে মরে যাবো
কিরে যার ডোমেন ওই শালা কো কিরে তুই কো ডোমেন তো আর আমরা খারাপ আছি কি লাগে আরে ম্যাপ খুলো
তোরা কোন
আরে আবার দিছে
আছে
ম্যাপ খুল ভাই ম্যাপ খুলে একদম নিচে আয় ম্যাপের কোনায় নিচে আর আবার নীল দেয় না তো এই যে এই পাশে
ये अंदर आओ अंदर घुसो बहन के
কি খারাপ হচ্ছে গালি দে ওরে দর বিড়া
স্মলে মেরে দিবা আমি বই বাইতে হব
কি চালাবো
আমি এমনি ঘুরতেইছি বুঝছস
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
গুড়া গুড়া পিড়া
হ্যাঁ
শালা শালা চেঞ্জ
গুড়া পিড়া তেলি
আরে কিছু লাগবে না যা
আরে লো ক্যারেক্টার না এগুলা
দুটো ভূতা খেয়ে মরে যাবো
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate.
Don't we have a job to
Mondstadt's
do?
water is crisp and pure, while water from Leo
জীবনে এই ক্যারেক্টার দেখিও নাই
হয় হয় জীবনের সমাজ মানে
Opportunity is quite hard to come
বললাম
by.
না
Well
কিছু
then,
করণে লাগবে না নোবেলের সব কিছু
surrender is a valid option. I promise
মেরে
I'll
যাবে
be gentle.
আমি মাত্র ঢুকলাম
হয়তো কিনা মেরে গেছে
অলরেডি রে
Shine down!
কালেক্টর রে ভাইয়া জি
মানে কি হলো আইলাম আর বাইরে দিলাম
না इतना भी जल्दी नहीं है मेरे भाई
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
ঠিক আছে শালা তোর দেশকে না আরে দেখ
খালি ধরো
ओया
Illusion shattered!
instead of going big.
আল্লাহ রে আর হুদালো
Torn to oblivion!
ये होमर देखिए की रेजिस्टेंस है होली शिट आई डोंट रेजिस्ट तो भाई बाप रे बाप भूता है পয়রা গেছে কি না জানি স্টেট অফ গোইং বিগ
খুলতাম না এটা খোল রে কার রে ওই বাইরে গেছে কেন কি এটা খুললা যা আর দেখ কি রে ভাই তুই ডোমেন খেললি গিললে কা বাইরে নিলে কা এটা না খুলে বেরে গেছে
আমি জানি
আর খারাপ ভিতরে ভাই
আবার কর
আবার
আবার
আমি জানি নাকি
পহলে না ঢুকছে হুদা
না খুললে আবার সমস্যা কি আবার বিড়াবি আরে তাড়াতাড়ি দে
Opportunity is
Quite
quite
hard
hard
to
to
come
come
by.
by. Well then, amuse me.
Holy shit, আমার
Surrender is
HP
a
low.
valid option. I promise I'll be gentle. Not bad, not bad. Guess I should take you more seriously.
Stabilize. Order guide.
আমার এখন মনে পড়ে মামু আর আমি যখন প্রথম দিকে আইতাম ভাই অসহায়ের মতো
চাইল্ড তো মার দিছে চাইল্ডের মতো বহুত আছে
না না আমি আর মামু যখন প্রথম দিকে আইতাম তখন আমরা টোকাইতাম বই অসহায়ের মতো জার্জ কালেক্ট
হয়ে গেল পালাতে কি না
Solidify.
এনে এবার ফুলটা খুল ভাই এই যে এটা খুল
I condemn you.
अभी निकल
Gladiator's intoxication. You heal it already?
bullshit item
আমি আগে
ওটা আর কোন কোয়েস্ট হলে ভালো আর কোন কোয়েস্ট এক
আমি কি জানি বুঝি করি
Yeah. Skyward. Scatter.
আমি ঢুকছি আইসাতে ওই কার্ড নিয়ে হয়ে গেছে ये बात नहीं हुआ
Stabilize.
5 मिनट में काट के फिर मेरे दिस
Skyward.
ये तो इफेक्ट का नहीं भाई ভালো লাগা না
এটা তো মাত্র শুরু আমার আর তো ফান ফ্যাক্ট না রিটার্ন মারানি
কি কইতেছ আমার মাথা সব উপর দিয়ে দিতেছ
তার মানে মাথা আছে দেখা যায়
এডি খেলছি আমি তো কোনো লাভ আছে
no time to lose এনে কি করছ তোরা
আরে দে টেলিপোর্টার খোলা নেই ভালো আরে আল্লাহ আইডি লেভেল লো না এনে আমি ভাই ভাই মব মারতেছি ভাই নুবুলেটর ওয়েপেনে থাম করতেছি ভালো আমার টাইম মারতে টাইম নাই কোন না এনিমি মারতেছে
লয়া গেলেও কি
আর কি বা করব ওইটাই
আমার কিছু যায় আসলে
ওইটাই
এদিকে আয়
আর ওয়ালটা খোলা
get
নেই
you some shiny crystals come here
এ আরে ওইনে লা যা স্মল ওই যে আর বই লাগবো যা
तरक्ति गर्मी
লাগ করো না
oh sure আরে এটা মনস্টারের পাংখা
না ওটা সাদা পাংখাটা মনস্টার না
এটা ইয়ার আরে ভুলে গেলাম মাউন্টেনের নামটা কি বল ড্রাগন স্পাইডার সাদাটা ড্রাগন স্পাইডার
আরে না সাদাটা ড্রাগন স্পাইডার না
তাহলে
সাদাটা আরেক সাদাটা লুয়ের মনে
ড্রাগন স্পাইনারই শালা ড্রাগন স্পাইনার ট্রিপ থেকে দেয় যা লাগান্ডু সাদা পাংখা এই যে এটা যেটা লাগায় রাখছি আমি ক্রস গ্লোয়িংস যেটা এটা ড্রাগন স্পাইনার ট্রি লেভেল আপ করলে দেয় গান্ডু খালা
ও যাচ্ছে আমরা
whatever
মনস্টারটা তো তোর হইতেছে অলমোস্ট একটু গ্রিনিশ এন্ড হলো তো মানে গ্রিন কালারের রাইট ওটা আসল গেছে
আরে ভিউ আইতে নিছিল পরে তো তুমি ওই যে ডেস্কটপ অডিও মিউট করে রাখো হ্যাঁ তাহলে এটা আমাদের পরে ভিউ ইনকাম
The wrong test subject.
ওমা
উড়ি বাবা
Jesus.
বুঝে
এই হোগান নাতেন নাকি প্লাঞ্জ অ্যাটাক নাই ভাই সিরিয়াসলি আই ফাকিং কিডিং মি ব্রো
মরা
আমি মনস্টারের সবচেয়ে ধনী ব্যক্তিরে বের করবো খারাপ let me show you monsters richest guy here you go
আমি দেখতেছি না কি করতেছে
ওই দে কেন
ডিলুক তো সেক্সি
এটা খোলো মানে
কি
খোলো
খোলো?
স্টার্ট করো এটা এই যে দিকে স্টার্ট মারো ওই দেখো ওই মুন্ডি কই লাগাইতেছে হালা there you go
Inazuma shines eternal.
oh shala
There is no escape.
লেটস গো
আরে ফ্রিজ হয়ে গেছে গাইস
লল
yeah yeah
Shine down.
আমি বাল নিজের কাম
Light.
ফ্রিজার নাকি
Torn to oblivion.
সুন্দর বই পাচ্ছি
এবার দেখ আমি কই যাই हम तो चले
দাঁড়ায় আছে আমার
हम तो चले हम तो चले हम तो चले हम तो चले
কই গিয়া বই আছিস তুই হিপনো কই গিয়া বই আছিস বুঝলাম না। কি গাল পুরি
আমি যে কামে গেমে ঢুকছিলাম সেই কামে করতেছি খালি মাইন্ডসের বাড়ি
ये डिजिटल तो गैसी
ব্রা
তোরা কি করতেছিস তোরা তো নাই তাও নাই ইয়া ইয়া পানি খা এই লে পানি
Glacius.
এই লে পানি এই লে পানি
My
এই লে
apologies.
পানি এই লে পানি পানি কে জানি মরে যাচ্ছে
আমি মরে গেছি
বেচারা
লেদারে টর্চার করতেছে কেমনে ভাই
আমি ভুলে গেছি রোজারের থাকে না বেশি একটা
তুমি জানা থাকতে চাও তুমি কি জানা থাকতে চাও আমি কি বেনেট বের করবো ভাই জেতাই জেতা থাকবো আর বলবো না যেদিকে 2p 3p দেখায় ওইদিকে খেল দৌড়াও
দাঁড়া অলমোস্ট
হ্যাঁ
Silence!
হ্যাঁ
Whirling snow. Ha! Yukami Sato art.
পানি
Sumetsu.
মারো পানি মারো শালা এই খা এদিকে একটা বেচ আছে বেচ where is that bitch
কি আর মারু সবাই
I wanna kill that bitch where is that bitch
আমি আমি খালি কালে করছি
Can't run from death.
মারার দরকার নেই, মারু
at least you are doing something
সেটাও ঠিক কথা
la 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 where is that bitch কই গেল bitch এই এদিকে আয় রে বিচ রেসপন্ড করা
আর রেসপন্ড করো মু
এদিকে আয় এদিকে আইলে বিচ স্পন
ধরে সরি
না না না। ও তুমি চাইলে করাইতে পারো অবশ্য। উই ডোন্ট মাইন্ড, উই ডোন্ট মাইন্ড। ও ভাই আহ
ভালোই
আরে বার্ডে যাবা
প্রিমো
আরে ঘুতা রে ঘুতা বো ক্যারেক্টার কার কাছে মানে বের করো
আমার নিজের মাইক মিউট দেওয়া তো স্ট্রিমে তোমার ভয়েস
সামনে রোবট আইবো রোবট
দাঁড়া
রোবো-চান where are you?
হ্যাঁ সবার আছে ওর ভয়েস
রোবো-চান where are you? ওই যে রোবট
এখন আসছে কইলা রাখছো আর একটা রে বাবা
ও পেডিতে মারতে যেই ভালো লাগে
আর উইন্ডোজ আপডেটের পরে এই অবস্থা ব্যাপার না আমি এটলিস্ট মনে করছি যে আমার মাইকটা আর সন্দেহ হয়েছিল আমার স্ক্রিনে কিছু না কিছু প্রবলেম থেকে আবার তো বাবা কেউ এখনই তো মরে যেতে পারছিলাম
ओए शाला तूने मेरे को हिट किया तेरी माँ की आंख बहुत रेटे ये ले गांड
এই কামটা তুই তোর ওয়ার্ডটা করিস ভাই
অবশ্যই আমার ওয়ালটা তো আমি করি টপটা এটা কই দিই यार ও ऊपर वाल कैरेक्टर पे ऊपर चार आल्टी मेरा दे एनिमी रे मारते
এবারে কইতেছি দেখছো বডি দিতে তুমি আমারই
दैट थिंग
ইয়েলো
कुदकुदी वाला
আর হাগাবে রয়ে গেছে গা
এডি কইলাম
ভাই আমি এটা পুরো ব্যারেলের ব্লাস্ট খাওয়ার পর আবার দেখি 200 এসপি গেছে
পুরো এখনো হয়নি কি লিগা মানে টয়লেটে গেছে বালা
আরে ওখানেও জিনিসপত্র আছে যাও কালেক্ট
করলাম তো
এরপর আমরা কই যাব
Illusion shattered.
আরে চো লোকাল লেজেন্ড মারো কন্টেন্ট চো
कंटेंट खोला नहीं गा चाबी
आए का ब्रिज बना देते हो
এই যে
দেখ
হিডেন চেস্ট থাকবে চারপাশে কি রে মনে না তো
কি রে
নেট গেছে
ওদি জিটিএ
গেছে
হালা জিটিএ গেল
এটা ছবি লড়লো গেমে লাভ
আমি
দে
ভিডিও
লাভ দে
ক্লিপ করতে
লাভ দে হ্যাঁ আবার লাভ দে আরে ওইতে এটা
আমি দিদি
গেছে
হালা গেছে দেখ
There's
দেখ
no
ফুটপ্রিন্ট
escape.
আরে আমিও দেখতে এরপর কই যাব এমনি ওয়ার্ল্ড এক্সপ্লোর করতে বলতো তো আর কমপ্লিট করেনি
না আমার তো ওয়ার্ল্ড খোলা আছে
বোরিং ভাই গেমটা
আমার তো ওয়ার্ল্ড খোলা আছে রুম না ওয়ার্ল্ড লক করা
বোরিং
এমনি খেলতে মন চায়
আমাদের তোর মতো পেশেন্স নাই বুঝছিস লাইজ অফ পি খেললে দেই কেমন লাগে ওটার সাথে এটা কম্পেয়ার করি কেমন লাগে
The winter shogun approaches.
গেনশিন কোন গেমের মতই পড়ো তুই ইয়ে দেখিস লাইজ অফ পি
ये क्या है এটা করছ আই তো দেখি এটা
হাই
না তারা পুলিশ নাই
আরে বাদ দে
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
ইজি
What a nuisance.
আমার তো মারতে সময় লাগে ঘুরে যাই তো তোর
আরে বড়া
আমার ওয়ার্ল্ডে ভেটকা করে থাকি মাই সত্যি এই
এটার ভিতরে কি
আমি
এ রাস্তা ওই ভালো কথা
There is no escape.
ওই যে এটা কালেক্ট করবে
এ আমি মারছি বুঝছো
উপরেরটা কালেক্ট করে শালা এদিকে এটা কালেক্ট কর ও গু কালেক্ট কর গু 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 এটা গু
এটা ওই ভিডিও
ও
দেখছি
জিওপ্লাস হ্যাঁ এগুলা ইয়ে করছিলাম
इसको मारना है
চলো মার
হ্যাঁ অবভিয়াসলি কেন মারবো
এই তো মারো তো
না আমাকে ড্যামেজ দেয় না
Torn to oblivion.
ব্রা ব্রা
হিট তো মারতে পারে আমার এক হাত থেকে মেরে গেছে
পরিমাণ গ্রাইন্ড
এই ও মারি দাদা মারো মারো তুই না শুনে যে ইগনোর যেটা আছে না এটা লুবি কিছু লোকে খেতে পারে না
Shine down.
করলেই পাওয়া যাবে
হ্যাঁ একদম
টিপো পটানা
বলো।
তিনটা ব্যানার দিচ্ছে
তিনটা ব্যানার চার
Now you shall perish.
একটা আসছে না আচ্ছা তুমি কি এডি বাইরে নিতেন সেডিরে মারার লেগে আর্ট মারলা
ও তিনটা এক লগে মরছে
মানে কার্টুন শিট মারার লেগে
ও আমার আবার আন্টি আসছে আমার 5 স্টার
আলটি আলটি তো আমার আছে এটা তো কথা না এই কার্টুন সে এটা কালেক্ট করছিস
পানি আহা ওরে তো কিছু কিছু অংশ ওয়ার্ল্ডের কিছু এমন জায়গা আছে যা দেখেই নাই দেখলে সেই লাগে
যারা ইয়ে ওপেন কর
ভাই
रहे
ওই
আরে,
গেমটা
আরে, এখানে
করতে
এসে
মনে হয়
দাঁড়া,
আমি
এখানে
10
এসে
বছর ধরে দেখছি
এই দিকে খালা এই দিকে এই এডি কালেক্ট কর
এখানে এসে ভিডিও করা যাবে
কি ভিডিও করব
এই দিকে শালা
কি হইছে
ওই যে গু আছে ওই যে বাম পাশে একটা রাইট পাশে উপরে একটা ওই যে সামনে ওই যে পানি আছে
হ্যাঁ আমার ইয়ে
স্টার্ট চ্যালেঞ্জ দে
তো পাক হবে না
আরে এই যে
আর
উপরে
উপরেই
উঠা
তো।
উড়ে গেলে তো হয় এই যে উপরে একটা আছে
আরে ওরে পাশ দাঁড়া করে দাও না
বাসের ক্যারেক্টার মাই আমার কাছে
আচ্ছা তোরে হেল্প করি এদিকে আয়।
আরে উপরে বায়া বায়া উঠলে তো উপরে একটা আছে উপরেরটা কালেক্ট হয়ে গেল নিচেরটা হয়ে গেল একসাথে
উপরে একটা আছে কোন সাইডে
হ্যাঁ এই যে পাহাড়টা বায়া উঠলো এবার আমি খাড়া আছি
যেটাতে উঠছি
এই যে আমি উঠছি।
ওটা তো দেখছি
ওটা না ওই যে যেখানে আসিল ওটার পাহাড়টার লগে যে হিলটা এটা
দাঁড়া
এই যে এখান থেকে পাশ থেকে তো লজ
দেখছি আমি রিস্ক নিতে চাচ্ছি
স্টিম কি চলে দেখো তো আমার বারবার আমারও ইয়ে আছে
চলতেছে তো বাবা।
আমরা এটা স্টার্ট দিই
দাঁড়া এখন দিস
আরেকটা ছিল ওই যে উপরে পাহাড়ের
দাঁড়া
উপরে।
দাঁড়া এখন দিস না দাঁড়া দাঁড়া
দেই নাই তোরে কথা
দাঁড়া ক্যারেক্টার আছে এটাই
আরে ডর ফুডান লাগবো ব্যারেলে ফুটাতে
আচ্ছা এটা তো এরো ক্যারেক্টার
Silence!
দেখ বেরে যাবে
কেন বলেন
ওই যে ওইটাই ক্যারেক্টার ইয়া লাগতো এরো উপরে
আরেকটা দিয়ে আমি ফুটে তৈরি নাকি
পারবা না
দেখবি তুই
করতে
আও
আরে
আমারে ফালাই দিস
Osmanthus wine
ওটা দিছি
tastes
শালা
the
ভালো লাগে
same
না
as I
ফালাই দিছি
থ্যাংক
remember.
ইউ ফালাইতে দিছস
But where are those who share the memory?
তারা গেটটা খুলে
কোন গেট যারা আমার ক্যারেক্টার হাঁপায় গেছে ভিডিও দৌড়াইতে
হয়ে গেছে
কি
এখান
হ্যাঁ এদিক দিয়ে না আসলো
তাহলে কোন
ওই বড় বেডের নামালো
তাহলে দাঁড়া ইনাজুমা এক্সপ্লোর করবি
ইনাজুমা কেন ওই যে ইয়েতে যাই লেফট সাইডেরটা
ইয়া ওই ফন্টেন
হ্যাঁ
আচ্ছা চল তাহলে তোরে ওয়ার্ল্ড খোলাই দেই আয় তোর মনে হয় টুইস্ট করা লাগবে ওই দিক দিয়ে
জানি না
দাঁড়া দেখি এদিকে কিছুই ক্লোজ নাই না, এদিকে আয় তাহলে আমার সাথে।
দাঁড়া, টেলিপোর্ট করছি অলরেডি। কই আছিস তুই? ওদিক গেছিস কি লেগা?
আয় বুঝবি।
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
যাইতেছিস কি? এটা কি? এটা কি তোর ওই নিচের জায়গাটা?
Too slow.
ওয়ার্ড খুলাম না উপরে, পরে তাই
আমি কাটসিনে আটকে গেছি। কাটসিনে আছি আমি।
ও তাহলে ও ওপেন হয়ে যাইবো। তুই কোথায়?
তুই যে টিপিতে আছিস আমি ওই টিপিতে গেছি।
কই না তো আমি, তাহলে ও তাহলে কি তোর এখান থেকে এদিকে নিয়ে গেছে?
প্রবাবলি, জানি না।
Behold! The wind rises.
গোল্ডেন কার্ডস লিপ। ফালতু একটা জিনিস। তুই কই? তুই এনে কে?
Behold!
খুল ওটা, খুল বড়টা খুল, ওটা খোলানোর জন্য এদিকে এগিয়ে যাইতেছে। খুলতে পারলে আমি কিছু করে আসতে পারি।
থাম ফেললে মুশকিল।
কিন্তু ওয়ার্ল্ডের মানে মাটি নিচে
আমি মাল্টি লেয়ার্ড ম্যাপ বলে কেন কইতাম।
Quit following me. The wind rises.
আচ্ছা, আমার কাছে তো বেইডও আছে। আমি কেন রোজারিয়া নিয়ে ঘুরতেছিলাম?
Behold!
রোজারিও ভালো তোর জন্য। এই যে চলে আসছে তোর আমার সাথে আসতে, এটা খুললেই তোর ওয়ার্ড খুলে চলে আসছে।
Use your adaptive energy to
এই যে এটা খোল এটা।
আরে বেড়া তুই দেখছো?
আরে এই যে এটা খুললেই তো তোর ওয়ার্ল্ড খুলে যাবে এটা পুরাটা। তুই
কই? আমি কই?
তুই এদিকে আয়, এই যে আমার স্ট্রিম দেখ।
তুই দেখ তুই আমার স্ট্রিম দেখ।
আমি তো তোর স্ট্রিম দেখতেছি, তুই স্ট্রিম দেখ।
দাঁড়া।
এখানে না, এখানে না, এম দে।
তুই দেখ।
এম দে।
এই দেখ।
मोबाइल जो उधर कौन कैसा है?
টুপি এখানে দাও। হ্যাঁ
এখানে নেভিগেট বলতেছে, খুলে না।
ও তাহলে একটু ক্লোজ কর, ইয়া ক্লোজ কর, ম্যাপ ক্লোজ কর, স্ক্রল বাটন করে।
अरे ना, এটা তো ইভেন্ট, এটা কো স্টার্ট হবে বাবা।
I just tell it like it is.
বললাম
এটা ঢোকার
someone
দরকার
can't
নাই তো,
handle
এটা
it,
ঢুকলে আর কো স্টার্ট হয়ে
maybe
যাবে,
that's
পরে
their
কিছু করতে
problem.
পারবো না যতক্ষণ এটা শেষ না করে। পুরা টাইম এটার ভিতরে পড়ে থাকতে হবে।
তাহলে ওয়ার্ল্ড খুলবে কেমনে এই পাশে?
এখন এই পাশ খোলার দরকার কি তোমার? চল
তাহলে এটা খুলবে না।
না, পরে
আমি এটাতে বাইরুম কেমনে?
টিপি কর।
আম-
তুমি কই?
কত না এই যে ঢুকতে না এখানে শেষ করে বাইরে তারবো লল মারা খেতে শেষ করে বাইরে দিয়ে বলবো খাও।
এটাতে বাইরুম কেমনে? ইউজ ইওর
শেষ করে বের হ, শেষ করে বের।
অ্যাডাপ্টার।
এটা অনেক জোস কুইজ কর।
কি কোন জায়গার অ্যাডাপ্টার এনার্জি আমার?
আরে ওই যে পিছনে ওখানে টিপ্রেস করতে এদিকে না,
তোর লাইফের ইয়া শুরু।
ওই যে বাম পাশে ওই যে হ্যাঁ এখানে টিপ্রেস করতে জাস্টি একটু বামে হ্যাঁ হয়ে গেছে, এবার স্টার্ট হবে।
বাল তো একটা
আচ্ছা ওয়ার্ল্ডেতে বেরোলাম না লড়াইটা হইতো না।
তুই কোপের থেকে বের হ।
আচ্ছা
এখন তোমার জীবনের 4টা ঘন্টা নষ্ট হবে, বি প্রিপেয়ার ফর দ্যাট।
থ্যাংক ইউ ভাই, থ্যাংক ইউ, অনেক সুখে আসলাম।
না জাস্ট ইন কেসের কি কয়ে দিলাম।
ওকে, প্যারা নাই। আমার ইয়ে কই, তো তোরা বাইরে এসেছিস, আমার পার্টি গেছে সব।
স্ট্রিমে শুরু হইতে না হইতে তোমরা শুরু করো ভেবে চেঁচে। আর তোমাদের কথা আসছে অথচ আমার আসে নাই। ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে,
আরো ভালো তো,
এটাই তো
তোমার
ঠিক
প্রসেস
আছে।
কি দেখতে পারে।
Swan Fury.
আমি তো সৃষ্টি করি না, কোনো আন্দাজি করে। ও আমি করি, তুমি কি করবো?
হুম
আমিও এখন জীবনে 4টা ঘন্টা নষ্ট করতে যাচ্ছি। কয়টা বাজে? 11টা বাজে।
হ্যাঁ 9টা বাজে বাবা।
আমার এখানে 11টা দেখে। ওই যে উইন্ডোজ আপডেট দেওয়ার কারণে এরকম হয়েছে।
টাইম নষ্ট।
তুই এই করস না।
আরে আমার এখন অনেক কাজ আছে বাকি। ভাবলাম এই কিসটা কইরে তারপরে শুনবো। দেখলাম ঠিক আছে। অটো দিয়ে রাখবি বুঝছো, অটো ক্লিকারও লাগবে না তো।
অটো দিলেও লাভ নেই, মাউসটি ফেল লাগে।
অনেকক্ষণ লাগে ভাই।
অনেকক্ষণ তো লাগে কিন্তু এট লিস্ট তোর এনার্জি বাঁচবে। তুই জাস্ট ওই জায়গা যেগুলা কথাগুলা পড়বি, পড়ার পরে লিখবি যে কোনটা ক্লিক করবি। ইচ্ছা আমারও আসছিল। এখন দেখো স্ট্রিম তো এখন ঠিক চলতেছে না।
হুম
হোয়াট?
আর এটা তো ইভেন্ট, নতুন
হ্যাঁ
ইভেন্ট।
ইভেন্টটা স্টার্ট করে রাখি। দেখি
সো বোরিং ভাই, কেন যে ডাউনলোড করলাম।
শান্তির কি শান্তিপ্রিয় গেম ভাল লাগে না না?
এগুলো শান্তি না, এগুলো আরো ফ্রাস্ট্রেটিং করে আমার।
তুমি মাইক অন করছো কোনটা? কারণ তোমার সাউন্ড আসতেছে এক সাইড দিয়ে।
আরে আবার আগের ঝামেলা, উইন্ডোজের সাথে মনে ড্রাইভার প্রবলেম হয়েছে।
হুম মাইকে তোমার ভয়েস আসতেছে এক কান দিয়ে জাস্ট।
ওই যে আগের মাইকটাই ওপেন করছি, ফার্স্টে যে এটা খোলা ছিল পরে এটা ওপেন করছি।
ও আচ্ছা, ওটা দিয়ে চলেই না।
হুম, হ্যাঁ।
ওটা নষ্ট, আচ্ছা এটা পরে খুব চলে। আচ্ছা এটা দেখেন তাহলে কিছু করেন।
ওই ড্রাইভার আপডেটের সাথে এটা প্রবলেম করতেছে, উইন্ডোজ আর ড্রাইভার একসাথে। মমি কালেক্ট করব মম। আমি যেমন হাজবেন্ডও কালেক্ট করি কয়দা পাগল।
মানে
আম্মা কালেক্ট করতে কইছে।
ফাদারলেস বিহেভিয়ার।
আরে তাহলে তো তোর আলি ছিল নাই।
আরে কি?
বাট আই এম নো মোর ফাদার।
সরি ভাই, আমি আমি নতুন আসছি।
এটা কি শিলা ভাষা লল।
আমি নতুন আসছি এখানে, সরি ভাই।
If you are a Valorant player, I will say you that Raiden can cook.
তোমার স্ট্রিম দেখা যায় না।
দেখা যায় না তো দেখা লাগবে না, ইউটিউব দিয়ে দেখ।
ব্রো
Look at YouTube. আমরা শান্তিতে কিছুক্ষণ স্ট্রিম করি, আমরা মাইকটা অফই করে দিই, বেটার এক কান দিয়ে শোনার থেকে। কত লাগবে ভিউয়ারদের?
কি বললি? হ্যালো, কি কইলি ভাই?
কত লাগবে লাগা মাইকে অফ করে দিতে।
আমার মাউসের ক্লিক নষ্ট হয়ে যাবে।
হ্যাঁ আমি এমনি 3টা মাউস নষ্ট করে দিই। তোমার তো স্টার্ট।
আমার নিজেরই তো মাউস। কি আসছে এগুলা? অ্যাসল সিনারিও।
দেখ আমি আমার কিবোর্ডে কি করতেছি। শোনা যায়
না।
স্পেস বারে হুতা লাইতেছে।
ওটা একটা হলো অ্যাটাকিং রাউন্ড, একটা হলো ডিফেন্স রাউন্ড। তুই যেটা কালেক্ট করো সামনে, এটা না ইউ না কাটো সামনে যেটা কালেক্ট করো ওই দেখো এটা বসাও, কালেক্ট করো এটা বসাও, 1 প্রেস করো, হ্যাঁ বসাও। আর সামনে এনিমিদের সামনে, ওই যে সাইডে বাম পাশে 2টা কালেক্ট করো, পিছন ডানে একটা সেটা কালেক্ট করো। হ্যাঁ এবার পি প্রেস করো, পি নেক্সট স্টার্ট প্রেস করো। এবার 1 প্রেস করো, কিছু করো না, ধরো আগে দেখো কোন সাইডে আসতেছে, ওই যে ডান সাইডে আসতেছে, ডান সাইডে মারো, হ্যাঁ মারো। 1 প্রেস করো, আবার মেরে দাও। একটা পয়েন্ট আছে বাম পাশে, দুটা কালেক্ট করো, আরেকটা আছে এটা কালেক্ট করো। আবার হলো পি প্রেস করো, পি পি পি। এবার হলো ওই যে আবার আসতেছে ডান সাইড, 2 প্রেস করো, তো 2 প্রেস করে যেগুলো সামনে বসো, 2 হ্যাঁ বসো, এখান দিয়ে বসো 1 প্রেস করে বাম সাইডে দাও, বাম পাশে আবার যেগুলো ভালো, ওই দেখো বাম সাইডে একটা পোস্ট, এটা কানেক্ট করো, 1 প্রেস করে এদিক দিয়ে দাও, হ্যাঁ যেটা আমার এটা কালেক্ট করো, পিছনে 1 প্রেস করো, ডিফেন্ডিং একটু ঝামেলা, এই যে আরেকটা পোস্ট করে নিয়ে
এই দুটোই মনে হয় আসছে এখন।
হ্যাঁ 3টা পর্যন্ত আছে। সব বসাই দিও না, আবার ডান সাইড আছে, ডান সাইড আছে। আর ওয়ান প্রেস করে এটা, হ্যাঁ এটা ডান পাশে দিও।
The perfect distance.
ই প্রেস করে ধরো, ধরে ওই জায়গাতে
You win.
কিছু থেকে দিতে না, নাও না।
To the very
ওয়ান প্রেস করে একটা জায়গা খারাপ করে দিন। ই প্রেস করে দিন।
আমি মনোযোগ দিয়ে স্প্যাম করতেছি স্পেস বার।
going somewhere. Feel my blade.
ঈদে মারতে পারবা তো, যে ওই এনিমিগুলোর সামনে যাও, কি মারো মানে আরেকটা সামনে, ওগুলোর সামনে গিয়ে মারো, পিছনে ওগুলোর সামনে গিয়ে মারো, ডান সাইডে কি প্রেস করো, কি
Feel my blade. To the very
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা পিছনে এটা তো মারি, এটা তো মারি, পয়েন্ট
Before me.
feel my the perfect distance. Feel my blade.
You win this battle. Cut down. Yes. Fall before me. Fall before me.
না यार এখন অ্যাটাকিং গুলো করো তাও ইজি আছে ক্লিক করো হ্যাঁ শুনছো ক্লিক
যাই হোক স্ট্রিমে তো স্টোরি লাইনই নেই গিলশিনে তার কথা কইতে এত খেলা
লাইন আপে ক্লিক করো ওই যে যেটা দেখাচ্ছে না সবগুলো একটা নিয়ে যেতে এটা কাটো এবার নিচে ওটাতে ক্লিক করো হ্যাঁ আমার কাছে এটা কাটো বাবা দেখা লাগবে না বলে কাটো ওই যে নিচে হ্যাঁ লিডারশিপ স্কিল ওটা নিচেরটা ওই যে ব্লু কালার যেটা এখানে প্রেস করলো না এটা হ্যাঁ এই যে এটা তো ড্রাইভার স্টার্ট
30 ছিল 45 ওয়ার্ল্ড হয়ে গেছে কখন খেললা তুমি
আমি আরো আগে খেয়েছি যে তুমি যখন অনলাইনে ব্যান ব্যান পিছনে গ্রিন বক্স সব দিয়ে দাও সব দিয়ে দাও এবারে ওভার সামনে গিয়ে মারো তাহলে সবগুলো এক জায়গায় চলে আসবে আবার 150 পিছনে
আরে এটা না আমাদের গেমের মধ্যে
এই জায়গাটা তোমাদের এখানে দিতে পারবো দাও ওয়ান টাইম প্রেস করে সব ছেড়ে দাও কি বলবো এখানে না সামনে দিতে পারবা তো এই সামনে দিয়ে এখন তোমার প্রেস করো জানে টাওয়ারটা ভেঙে দিতে
Fry. Let's end this now. Blade! Finally, No. Let's end this now. We'll meet again. cut down like this. Fry to the very end. Fry. Fry. Let's end this now.
আরে মাত্র তো শুরু এখন তো টর্চার স্টার্ট হয়নি লস
জানি না ভাই
Picked the wrong test subject. Fall before we'll meet again. This will do!
আজকের জন্য মনে হয় কমপ্লিট হয়ে গেছে
তিনটে পরে কালকে
এটা কি পেলাম মাত্র
এটা বউ
এখানে আলাদা করে প্রিমো দেয়
বাকিগুলো পরে কালকে
প্রিমোর
আসো নতুন ক্যারেক্টার ট্রাই করে দেখি সবাই তো খুব লাফালাফা লইতেছে নতুন ক্যারেক্টার আইলেই লাগে বাট আমার তো এটা আমার কিছু লাগে না
এটা আমার ভালো লাগে না কারোরই ভালো লাগে না
ফুরিনাও দেখতে তেমন আমার কিছু ওটা জাস্ট পানি টানি আছে কোকোমি যদি ওটা সারাদিন থাকতে না
Ready. Loaded.
এটার ভিতরে কইরা
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
them down. Ready. Enough.
You asked for it!
I got you covered! Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Into the shadows. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day!
Justice will prevail. Do not attempt to resist.
Here's backup!
Loaded. Hunt them down.
লাইভ করার মতো লাইভ করলে আবার আলটিতে বাড়ে।
ইদানিং লাস্টের ক্যারেক্টার সবগুলো তৈরি করবো নোবেলের কিওয়ার্ডস প্লে তারপরে পড়ে না লেভেল নেই খালি
Here you are. The brat.
আমি এরকম আমি শুরু করতাম
Flicker. Scatter. Here you are.
আলহাইতামও ভালো আছে কলি থেকে কলি না কি জানি নাম এটা নতুন ক্যারেক্টার যেটা খেললাম মাত্র টাইল ওটা থেকে আলহাইতামও ভালো বেস্ট
ইচ্ছা
এটা করার পরে ইয়াটা করব আরেকটা কি তারপর ইয়া করব 4 স্টার কি কি আসছে ভালো কথা এটা কোনটা 4 স্টারে যেটা এটা নতুন মনে হয় দেখি তো ভালো লাগে না
The wind rises.
Huh? Do you also see Navia and Clorand over there? They look like they might have run into some kind of trouble. Let's go check out what's going on.
Still no dice?
Not at all. And I've asked pretty much everyone in the court of Fontaine already. Lynette's ears drooped as soon as she heard that we'd have to be out and about for days on end. And Fremine, he hid himself under his helmet as soon as he realized there'd be people around that he didn't know.
What about Chiori and Charlotte? I feel like both of them would be more than up to it.
I've asked them already, but they're both pretty busy right now. I just gave the members of the Spina a few days off, too, so I don't want to bother them either.
This is getting pretty difficult.
Navia, Claran, what's up?
Oh my. Well, if it isn't my dear partners, how are you all doing?
Navia?
Huh? Oh, you mean...
Yep, this is our chance.
Do you need our help with something?
Oh, precisely. My dear partners, we've got a huge problem right now that only you can solve.
Whoa, for real?
Absolutely. We've already exhausted all our other options.
Traveler, Paimon, would you join us and play Marechaussee Hunter Judgment Day?
Marechaussee what now?
It's a new game script by the Tabletop Troupe, a local roleplay adventure club.
Ever heard of the Tabletop Troupe? They put out games that allow you to participate in a story and roleplay characters with your friends. Oh, I've loved their stuff ever since I was a kid.
That sounds super interesting.
Clorand and I are both veteran members of the club. Recently, someone came up with a new script and was looking for people to help playtest it for them. And when they asked, of course I couldn't refuse. I mean, come on, a brand new script? Nobody has ever played it before.
Generally speaking, scripts at that level of development have a lot of issues, but I think this one is pretty solid. The author obviously put a lot of work into the story, and the world building is also quite credible.
Whoa. I know I was the one that handed you the script, but some of us haven't read it yet. No spoilers, please.
Anyway, the script calls for a team of 4. Ah, yes. We're missing one final player right now.
So, you're saying you'll help us out? I knew I could count on you, partner.
Paimon and the Traveler are kind of a package deal. Is that okay?
That's not a problem. I'll adjust the pace based on the actual number of players, and ensure that everyone has a good time.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? Wanna play? Paimon will follow your lead.
Well, that solves our problem. You have our thanks.
Woohoo! I'll go grab the script manager from the club right away.
The script manager? Didn't you just say that you gave Claran the script?
The club introduced a completely new kind of gameplay for the script. In this iteration, the Game Master's version of the script is incomplete. The script manager provides the next part of the script only after players have completed the current list of objectives. On top of that, in order to increase player immersion, the club has created some of the story's sets and scenes in real life. We'll only know where we should go once the script manager reveals the starting location.
Wow, you're right. Whoever wrote this script really did put in a lot of work.
And it's got a real healthy amount of suspense, right? I mean, even the GM doesn't know how the story will end.
I look forward to experiencing it with you all.
Why don't you go meet up with the others first? They should all be waiting at Chiyoria Boutique. I'll come over with the script manager as soon as I find them.
Sounds good. Remember to always watch where you're going, and don't rush.
You say that like I'm 6 years old or something. Let me think. What kind of character should I play this time?
I just hope you'll pick up some useful skills this time. Oh, and stop trying to persuade every animal you come across.
Elias, কিরে
আরে কি অবস্থা? এই তো আলহামদুলিল্লাহ। কিরে আপু কই?
আসো তো
দেখতেছি আছে কিন্তু কিছু বলতেছে না।
স্ট্রিম করতে
কি অবস্থা? আরে জানা বক্সে কি হইছে? প্লিজ ডোনেট। হ্যাঁ আরে শুনো না, প্লিজ ডোনেটে দুপুরবেলা ঢুকছিলাম। হ্যাঁ আমি আমার ব্যানারে লিখছি যে আমার আজকে বার্থডে, সো একজন আমারে 200 ওই একই একজন 200 দিছে 50 দিছে 2 বার 20 দিছে আমার 1000 এর মতো উঠে গেছে মানে রেজ উঠে গেছে আরে আরে এখন তো আমার এভিডেন্ট কিনে টাকা নাই এসে পেন্ডিং এ আছে ইনশাআল্লাহ হ্যাঁ এটা করতে পারো আমার ভাইও করে প্রায়
Quit following me. Squall of fury.
আর আজকে রাতে ফ্রি আছো না ভাই
আরে আর কোন টেস্ট করতে না আগে 10টা টেস্ট করতে হবে না
আমি ওই যে জেলের মধ্যে আটকায় রাখে না ওখানে আসি আর খেলা হয় নাই
Upon the gale.
হ্যাঁ অনেক কিছু ওই যে ফুরিনারে মাইরা ফেলায় ওই জায়গাটাতে এখনো আসি নাই হ্যাঁ
Too slow.
তাই না
Sorry to keep you waiting.
ও কোকোমি জি দিন আসবে ওই দিনের এক মাস আগে আমি না না আমার ওয়ার্ল্ড টু 60 হয়ে গেছে
I assume you'll be joining us for the game then?
Linny, Furina! Paimon didn't know you were playing too. Are you?
I'm more of a casual member of anything. I haven't taken part in any formal club activities. Lynette, Fremine, and I play something similar at the Hotel Bouffe Tété sometimes, but I'm usually the GM. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Clarion simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experiencing.
আমি করলে যে কিছু ছোট ছোট স্টোরি কোয়েস্ট গুলো আছে না ফোর্সটা ক্যারেক্টার ওগুলা করব ওগুলা করতে তোমার 30 মিনিট 40 মিনিটের মধ্যে হয়ে যায়
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of
আগে
the
ভালো
script.
ছিল আগে ভালো ছিল
If
এখন আর
it's
লাগ
sufficiently
ভালো নাই
fun, then I'll join.
Do you participate in a lot of tabletop troop
আমি
activities?
কোকোমি
You can say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters of the troupe.
আমি ফুরিনা স্কিপ করব
I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing. Really, just a small hobby of mine.
Wow. Paimon's so used
হ্যাঁ
to
হিলিং
seeing you
ভালো
be
যায়
all
আমি
up.
জাস্ট এমনি নিব না
Surely you
মন
jest.
নাই আর কি যেমন
I would never
কিছু
intentionally
আছে না
make things
যেমন
difficult
হুতাও
for my
ভালো লাগে না
players.
হুতাও নেই নাই
I maintain a clear boundary between my
এগুলা নেই নেই
professional and
ওগুলা
personal
নেই নেই
lives.
ভালো লাগে না
The me you see at
ভেন্টি
court
আসলে দেখি
represents
যদি
the law and order
মনে
of
হয়
Fontaine.
পারবো পুল করতে
I put all
তাহলে
personal
ভেন্টি
feelings
পুল
to the
করব
side
দেখি
and grant a fair
এবিসি
duel
ইউজ
to
করা
all who
যাবে
seek to defend their honor. But in my personal life, I'm just an ordinary person.
অ্যানিমোর মধ্যে
Someone who feels
অত
anger and sadness,
ইউজ
just like everyone else.
এখন আর অত ইউজ করি না জাস্ট কাজুহাটা ইউজ করি বাট এখন আমার টিমে কাজুহা আপাতত নাই
I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually mad
আরে
or
প্যারা
if it
নাই
just
আরে
looks that
আজকে
way from
একটু
the
আগে আমি একটা
outside.
ম্যাচ খেলছি বুঝছো পুরা স্পাইক আমি
probably
পুরাটা
in work
ক্যারি
mode
করছি
during those times.
এন্ড দেন হ্যাঁ
Is
জিতছি
that so? Well, in any case, I just feel like even in your personal
I
life,
don't
you
know.
don't get emotional
মানে
very
আমার
often.
কম কিল আসে মানে মাত্র
So
5টা
you
কিল
want to
আসছে
see me cry?
পরে লাইক মনে
That
কর
might be a little
মানে
difficult.
পারছি
A show of anger,
প্লেয়াররা
though,
ভালো ছিল
that
My
might be
teammates
something I
গুলা।
could accomplish.
No, that's not what I meant.
এই, আরে আমার পড়া আছে আমি এমনি আসছি আর কি জানার জন্য রাতে কি প্যারমেন্ট খাবে না কিনা
Ah, I'm back! Here, allow me to
Okay,
introduce you to
fine.
the script manager, Mr.
Yeah,
Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Wait, are you a champion duelist too, Mr. Florian?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club. I occasionally play a few of the roles in my scripts.
কারণ এখন মনে করো
sounds like a
লোকজনদেরকে
lot
দিয়ে
of
দিলে
work.
সার্ভিসিং ভালো দিবে না
It's
বুঝো না
nothing. It's the least we
বাড়ি
can do
যাওয়ার
to give
চেষ্টা
the players a
করবে।
more immersive experience. Anyway,
তাড়াহুড়া
allow me
করে
to
আর
give you
কি,
a brief
বুঝো নাই?
introduction
যাই
of the
হোক
script.
ইচ্ছা
This script was adapted from the real history
ও
of the
গ্র্যান্ড
Marushose
শেষ
hunters.
হতে তাহলে
You
আগে
all will
দিয়ে
play the
দাও
role of hunters from a bygone era and resolve a series of events unfolding in the capital.
Paimon's not super familiar with the history of the Marechaussee hunters.
সেটিং
Is
চেঞ্জ
that a
করলে হয়ে যায়
Oh, no problem at all. I can give you a brief rundown. So, basically, Marechaussee hunters were people who dedicate themselves to hunting monsters and protecting the city by using a special swordsmanship technique passed down over generations. Their story can be traced back to the ancient Remurian dynasty, as well as the first hunter, Cassiodor. But I'll leave the finer details for you to seek out and discover later.
And I'll provide additional commentary as the story progresses.
In that case, brave hunters, are you ready to set out on an unknown adventure?
Oh, just when sentence, it's like we're in the story already.
Aha, I see many a determined gaze before me. Very well, head over to this location and begin your heroic journey.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative. What does the message in the envelope say?
It's the exact location of the scene, as well as the formal permission to use the venue. Seems like they have everything prepared. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready, please follow me to the designated location.
Sounds good. Hunter squad, move out.
আসলে
পিসিতে পেছালুল্লাহ শান্তি আছে
আমার একদম প্লেসটা ভালো লাগে নাই অত কি লাগে না হ্যাঁ
Quit following me.
আরে তোমার গিফটটা আমি আমার টেবিলে রেখে দিছি সে কবে থেকে এখনো দেওয়াই হয় নাই একেবারে দেখা হইলে তাইলে দিব
এই গেমশিনের ডায়ালগ স্কিপ করার একটা হ্যাক আছে লেটস গো ওকে আমি 2 মিনিট ধরে রেডি করছি
বন্যন দেখ ওয়ান্ডারার
দেখি কি রে ভাই আমার তোমার স্ট্রিম দেখা যায় না কিছু না কেমন জানি করতেছি না ল্যাপটপে গ্লিচ করে
তোরও কি
উইন্ডোজ 11 হ্যাঁ
পুরো 10 এই সুইচ করছি
10
Quit following me.
আমারও আগেটা র্যান্ডম অটো আপডেট
Fury.
হ্যাঁ দেখছো
না আমারটা ইয়ে
না
আমি লিগালি ডাউন
Quit following me.
আমার মনে ডাকতেছে আমি গেলাম
Whoa, they really have thought of everything. Even the phaetometer is here and ready to go for us.
The phaetometer? What's that?
It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure. We'll need to use it when we try to use certain skills.
And what about all the dessert and tea? Is that for us as well?
Jokes come off so inside it's you and me. Only in your memory. You wish it's only you and me. I really need to get some sleep. Used to say it's you and me. Only in your memory. Only in your memory. All that love was on your mind. Last night we fell by your side. Oh, you can't deny. I bet you wish it's you and I can see that you still try. Your sweetest dream, but only in your memory. I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away. A somewhere far beyond. Keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. It's been a while since I ran into you on a street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I slip to the right, to the blue. I slip to the right, to
is gonna be alright.
Then get up, get dressed, before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part, when we get it on. I'm addicted, no denying it, 'cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 16 out 11. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop. Stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel, eating like a local, 'cause you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Father, you should know
I've been going solo. Want my love, baby, earn it. Yeah, dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Freak my signs. Every time, let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. Ooh, I do what I want. Ooh, I do what I want. Ooh, I do what I want. I want, I want, I want. Hear me now, I do what I want. Are you ready now? 'Cause it won't be easy. Only get what you work for. Gotta go all out whenever you see me. Don't be wasting my time.
চলে আসছি। যাক, তোর একটু দেখা দেওয়ার পর মনে হচ্ছে যে না, এই 5 দিন খেলে এত মানে এত প্রেশার খেয়েছি যেগুলো মনেও আছে না।
এগুলো প্রেশার, আমি বোর্ড ভাই।
ওই তো
এগুলো তুই
বোর্ড
তুই
ভাই, সারাদিন ধৈর্য ধরে খেলা লাগে ভাই।
তুই তাহলে লাইজ অফ পি খেললে, তুই লাইজ অফ পি খেললে যে কয়বার মরবি?
লাইজ অফ পি, আরে লাইজ অফ পিতে তো ড্যাডি ওয়াইফু এগুলা কালেক্ট করা যায় না। এই গেমের কনসেপ্টই হচ্ছে গাচা গেম।
শোন, এগুলা না খেলা, এগুলোতে অ্যাকচুয়াল ভালো স্টোরি আছে, ওগুলা খেলবি।
ওগুলো তো খেলবি, কিন্তু এই গেমের কনসেপ্ট আলাদা। এটার সাথে খালি গাচা গেমগুলাই মানে ইয়া করা হয়, তুলনা করা হয়।
বুঝলাম।
তোরগুলাও খেলবো, সব গেমই খেলবো, সব ধরনের গেম খেলে ট্রাই করছি, এটাও খেলবো, সমস্যা। আরো তো কত গেম আছে।
কিন্তু এটার, আমি যেটার কথা বলছি ওইটার সবকিছুর দিক দিয়ে পারফেক্ট।
তোর ওই গেম মনে হয় পাল ওয়ার্ল্ডের মতো মনে হইতেছে।
না, একটুও না।
কারণ এটা কোনো
সুন্দর,
ক্যারেক্টার
অনেক
আছে
সুন্দর।
গাচায়।
তোর পিনোকিওর বেস ইয়াটা আছে, কি বলে?
সীমার মতো তাই না?
আহ, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, অনেকটা তো সীমা, মানে বেসিক্যালি সবকিছু থেকে একটু একটুখানি নিছে, বুঝছস?
সীমাইটাই শেষ করলাম না এখনো, একটা একটা করে শেষ করবো। তুই সীমা শেষ করবো, এরপর রোবটটা করবো।
তুষিমা তুষিমা আচ্ছা খেল, সমস্যা নাই, কিন্তু এটাও ভালো। আই থিংক তুই এটা খেলা তারপর ওইটাতে যেতে পারোস, কারণ এটা আরো ইজি।
ওই যে
লাইভ অফ পি আরো ইজি।
এটা আছে না, কি জানি নাম এটা।
তুই তাইলে এলডেন রিং খেললে কি করবি? মইরেই যাবি এলডেন রিং এ।
স্পাইডারম্যান এবং ইয়া স্পাইডার লাগছে।
That's what the message said.
কি?
Oh, really? That's so nice. It feels just like a tea party with
পাক
friends.
কইলাম না আর কিছু।
Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
সীমাটা তো তাও পারছি, ধৈর্য আছে, প্যারা নেই।
I think you might be more of a
পারবি তো
snack hunter
বুঝছি,
than a
ধৈর্য তো
Marashose
আছে,
hunter,
কিন্তু
Paimon.
ধৈর্যের সাথে ট্যাকটিকও লাগে অনেক।
Hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon will track down every last one.
The desserts
বুঝলাম।
are great. But I'm
তোর
still looking
রিঅ্যাকশন
forward to
টাইমের
the
উপরে
story
অনেক
more
ডিপেন্ড
than
করে।
anything.
স্প্লিট
Very
সেকেন্ড
fair.
ইয়া
Then
ডিসিশন।
let us begin.
কি বলে?
First,
হ্যাঁ, সবারই
please
হয়।
pick up the blank character cards in front
Hello.
of
তোর
you and
অনেক
write down
ইয়ে
your
করতে
name
হবে।
and
কি
profession.
বলে?
Bellodine.
You can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
I Bellur.
In this story, everyone is a Marashose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
Ooh, nice.
As hunters, you
Balance,
have proficiency
team
in
god.
swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no need to allocate any additional skill points to those areas.
ভাই আমি
So there's
3200
a
দিয়ে
fighting
কি
part to
কই
all
ডিপিআই খেলতেছি, বুঝছো? মাউস
Paimon said she
লড়াইছে
can do all that
উইরা
on
দিস
her own. Maybe Paimon could just stick with you?
001।
ও ভাই
Why don't you share a character card
crap.
then? The traveler will be the Marashose hunter,
তোর নতুন
and you can be her little floating assistant.
মল আমার তো
নতুন ক্যারেক্টার
Huh. Kinda like in real life.
Florin.
So, for the name, do
খারাপ না,
I fill it out with the name of my
not
character?
so grim bracket.
Yep.
Grim,
It can be
what the
any
fuck,
name
grim
you
bracket,
like.
ঠিক আছে ভাই,
You can
grim
use your real
bracket.
name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too lazy to think of a new name.
কি কোজ বেটা, প্লেস্টাইল
Oh,
নাশি
so it would be like
18টা
like
dash মারা হয়
experiencing a different life,
লিটারালি 18টা
but
dash
still as yourself.
ই অন কইরা ওপেন
That's
ওয়ার্ল্ডে
not
পাগলের
a
মতো
bad
দৌড়ে বেড়ায়।
idea.
In that case,
ড্যামেজ
I think
অতটা
I'll
ইয়া না,
continue to
অনেক
use the
পরিমাণে
name
ইনভেস্ট
Linny
করা
then.
লাগে।
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points you invest in a particular skill, the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
I'll take persuasion and investigation. Those are must-haves when it comes to missions like these.
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as expected of a veteran player.
So, should we also take those skills then?
Not necessarily. Since we're working together as a team, we could leave the negotiations to Navia and use our skill points to pick up other useful skills. For example, I think I'll take stealth and sleight of hand. That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't negotiate our way out of.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Everyone has their own role to play. Let me see. I'll take arts and performance. I'm not quite sure what use they'll be, but I'm not as knowledgeable about the other skills, and I'm not too confident I'd be able to roleplay them well.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, traveler?
মামা আমি তো লুপে আটকে গেছি।
Gotta say, this suits you really well. Nothing. Ooh, so you want to help people when they're injured. That's nice of you.
আমি কি করতেছি?
So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these two skills?
Let's see.
Try using our strategies.
Oh, looks like you each have enough points to choose one final skill.
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine to go a little bit out of the box, you know.
Why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool? Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under certain circumstances to summon characters or creatures that fit the script's world-building rules.
The script's world-building rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what a Marashose hunter can summon?
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the skills that interest you, and the GM will take care of the rest.
আমি আজকে খুঁজে পেলাম যে আমার
Alright, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn summon then. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, we can begin. Since two of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask. Would you like to play on easy mode or authentic mode?
What's the difference between the two?
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the fatometer to see whether you succeed or fail, and face any consequences that may follow. If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be successful by default, and you won't have to worry about luck playing a factor.
Given that I'd like to focus on the story, I suppose I should pick easy mode. I'd feel bad if I brought the team down by failing my checks.
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. RNG is the lifeblood of role-playing games. I'm going with authentic mode for sure. Never knowing what you might have to overcome. Ugh, doesn't that sound exciting?
I'd rather be mentally prepared for what might happen.
All right, then I'll mark down Furina for easy mode. All her checks will be successful by default. As usual, Navia and Linny will play on authentic mode.
What about you, dear partner? How would you like to play?
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. No need to worry about the pesky phaetometer. Pretty good choice if you just want to relax and play the game.
What
Honestly,
the hell
I
is
don't
wrong
think
with you, bro?
Clarand would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the phaetometer says. Isn't that right, Clarand?
No promises.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Well, anyway, enough talk. Let's get started. I want to experience at least a good chunk of the story today.
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene on a beach?
Well, that's because... a long time ago, back when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land. They created a host of monsters and sent them to slaughter all humans in existence. Soon, a group of human rebels banded together. With their swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and in doing so, subdue each and every monster that sought their destruction. They became known as the Marashosei Hunters. Sometime later, as a member of the Marashosei Hunters, you receive a commission. Following the address provided on the message, you take a boat and arrive at this strange city. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as you begin to survey your surroundings. There aren't many people in the vicinity, but you do take note of a few others who, like you, seem to be sizing up this place. Your eyes meet, and you realize these people are fellow Marashosei hunters, likely led to this location after receiving the same commission as you.
You're all Marashosei hunters too, right? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade and helpful neighborhood businesswoman on the side. What say you to traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
Okay, count me in. My name is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less than legal tricks along the way. I was adopted by a Marashosei hunter and later chose to follow in his footsteps.
Is this where you introduce your character to everyone? It sounds like they've done this dozens of times. My name is Furina, and, I grew up in a noble family. I always had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a Marashosei hunter, what I really want is to be a performing artiste.
Hey, that's really cool. You can do it, Furina. That's exactly how it's done.
Paimon is Paimon, a good friend and companion to this Marashosei hunter right here.
I've been studying medicine ever since I was a child. I want to do my part to eradicate these monsters and use what I've learned to heal others.
Oh, welcome, welcome. When we face the monsters, I'll make sure to charge in front to give everyone some cover. You can take care of the healing at the back.
You open your envelopes at the same time. The message reads, "To the honorable and trustworthy Marashosei hunters, our kingdom is currently facing a grave crisis. The lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being led astray by forces of wickedness. We beseech you, please help us resolve this crisis and return peace and stability to our home."
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar. It kind of reminds Paimon of Mondstadt.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference when coming up with the map.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once traveled. You recall the sight of tree-lined streets and the gentle tranquility of days gone by. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it appears to be little more than an empty shell. Its hollow gates are open to you, beckoning you to come forth and bring salvation back to the town.
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom. Who issued this commission to us?
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together. They sensed that things were not right within the kingdom and sent a distress signal to the outside world.
In that case, why don't we take a walk around the city and see if we can learn anything from the local residents?
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
You look up and see a tavern nearby. It appears to be open for the day.
Why don't we go check out that tavern? If the novels I've read are anything to go by, taverns are usually full of information.
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Greetings, friend. Lovely weather we're having today, don't you think?
Oh, hello. I suppose you're right. The weather today is quite lovely. If only those monsters out there would stop causing trouble.
It seems like every character included in the script has a certain amount of useful information to offer. If we keep asking questions, we might be able to get some good leads.
Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about optimism. Oh, that reminds me. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Huh?
I don't think that's the kind of question we're supposed to ask.
Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food. How about some macarons? I could make you some.
You didn't even take cooking as one of your skill proficiencies.
That's not necessary, miss. Excuse me for saying this, but you don't really look like a chef. Besides, I'm not really a fan of sweets.
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. You're really starting to remind me of this one friend of mine. Hey! Did she just... me?
Clorian must have broke character for a second.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can think of something.
Miss, we'd love to learn more about the monsters you mentioned. If you're willing to open up to us, we might just be able to help resolve the troubles you're facing.
You weren't even the one that learned persuasion.
My troubles, you say? I'm not sure they're so easily resolved, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share them with you. A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently, so all the guards were dispatched to fight them.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is that my husband was dispatched to fight them 3 days ago.
Do you know where he was sent?
It all happened so fast. When we said our goodbyes, he couldn't even tell me where they were sending him.
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those monsters as soon as possible. We sincerely hope your husband will be able to return to your side soon.
Oh, Thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. Just try to remain optimistic and wait for good news. We don't always get to choose what happens to us. But we do get to choose the little things, like what we eat and how we respond to the things life throws our way. I hope that one day, you too will recognize the power of something as small and inconsequential as a delicious dessert.
I'll do my best. You bid farewell to the woman, and continue your journey further into the city. As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Although he doesn't seem very friendly, merchants are usually a good source of information, right?
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
How about this much?
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar? You can't even buy half an onion with that amount.
Surely an onion can't be that expensive, right?
What do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before. If you're not gonna buy anything, then scram.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even bother talking to him.
But he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something?
Okay, while everyone is talking, I secretly use my magic props to summon a bottle of wine without the merchant noticing.
Sorry. Hello. এক বেড়া আমার ওয়ার্ল্ডে আইয়া মানে কতক্ষণ গুতাগুতি করে গেছে গা।
আরেকটা কথা, কাউরে ওয়ার্ল্ডে লইস না।
ওকে।
এখন ওয়ার্ল্ড হ্যাক হয়।
We meant no offense, sir.
How is
Here,
that even
allow
possible?
me to offer you this bottle of vintage wine, made only from the finest grapes. I'll just leave it here. Please, enjoy it at your leisure. I should mention that this wine is the perfect accompaniment to a meal. I'd suggest enjoying it with dinner.
All right. Go on and ask. What do you want to know?
Do you have any information on the monsters or the crisis that has overtaken the kingdom?
Crisis? If you ask me, there's a crisis everywhere you look. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade routes. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
Wait, you're saying no one has put a plan in place to distribute supplies or maintain order?
We could all starve and those nobles in the palace wouldn't even break a sweat. Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
That is concerning. Thank you, sir. We won't take up any more of your time now.
Hey, why did you leave in such a hurry?
Well, you see, that bottle of wine was just a cardboard prop.
Should we try to go somewhere with more people?
Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach.
Oh, never
Still
mind.
immersed in his own thoughts, he shakes his head and lets out a long sigh.
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some information out of him. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a Marashose hunter!
You recognize us? Ah, are you one of the people who wrote the commission letter?
Yes, yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come. Oh, what great news! The city is saved!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. The first Marashose hunter, Casiodor, the Golden Hunter, he was the one who drove them back. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps an evil sorcerer has been meddling in our affairs. All I know for sure is that their return has stripped the city of any chance at peace.
Are there not enough soldiers to drive them out?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, many of us don't even know the history of the Marashose hunters anymore. When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marashose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that something might come of it, I decided to reach out to you. To be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that it was true!
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable Marashose hunters are on the case.
The man is touched by your determination and resolve. His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still, if we are going to hunt the monsters, we need to know where to find them. Can you give us any leads?
All I know is that the area outside the city is dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward a specific location. Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might know more about where to find the monsters.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
All right, be careful. Oh, and one last thing. The monsters outside the city are just part of the problem. There are evil sorcerers inside the city as well, so be on your guard. They're actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. They're the reason why, even inside the city, everything has been a giant mess. Even one of our kindest ministers has turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people. Who knows how much longer we'll be able to go on like this.
Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I feel bad for him. Maybe we should try to cheer him up?
Hey! Not everything can be solved with food.
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, it's more important to focus on the crisis at hand. Brave hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
If I understood correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer stirring up trouble from within.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do. Let me know when you've made your decision.
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally thought the hunters would be treated like heroes.
Well, Clarence said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marushosei hunters were also treated like that.
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities. Would you like to hear more about it?
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script. You brought up bits and pieces of the hunter's history before, but it was all in passing.
Paimon wants to know too! The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural beings or something? Kind of like the yokai in Inazuma?
No. All Marashosei hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart were the special sword techniques passed down over the centuries.
Huh? So you mean anyone could become a Marashosei hunter?
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training and master the swordsmanship techniques required to fight the monsters. Still, most people dropped out at the early stages, and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter, you must be strong in both body and mind.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer the script mentions. Did they exist in real life too?
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear, intent on obstructing humans from establishing a new social order. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that force to establish himself as king.
Now wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script. We still haven't found any in-game information on him yet. So, why don't you talk about someone else for now?
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... How about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Egeria, the ex-Hydro Archon?
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago. Where did you learn all this, Claran?
From my master.
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Someone you know?
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends. Back in the day, she would often bring Clorand over to play, but then...
Let's not get off topic. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Casiodor into battle against the monsters. This group of warriors, under Casiodor's leadership, became known as the Marashosei Hunters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marashosei Phantom, originally an association made up of hunters, eventually came to be predominantly comprised of Melusines.
Ah, I see. That explains why most of the people in the script have forgotten the hunters or think of them as nothing more than a legend.
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get tough always being the one shouldering everyone's expectations.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer commands respect, investigative work is bound to suffer.
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first? Monsters or evil sorcerer?
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right? We can come back to the sorcerer later.
Well said, Miss Furina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monsters could give us some clues on their intentions as well.
What about you, partner? What do you think? It's decided then.
All right. After some discussion, you decide to turn around and head out of the city.
Let's take a look around, like that guy said.
You there! Outsiders, halt!
Who's there?
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build and a determined expression in his eyes. Just one look, and you can tell he's fought in his fair share of battles. Although he's trying his best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead make it obvious that he's been wounded and is in serious pain. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll only ask this once. State your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone's been this suspicious of us.
I said talk, not whisper between yourselves.
Have you ever heard of the Marchese Hunters?
Marachose hunters? Ha! That fairy tale, you mean? What, you expect me to believe you're one of them?
Sir, we were indeed in the city earlier, but our purpose was only to gather information on the monsters. We're here to help the city and all the people within it. Your guards are still fighting the monsters as we speak. They could be seriously wounded and in grave need of support. You need all the help you can get.
The man regards you with doubt and concern. After a period of inner struggle, he lets out a long sigh and informs you of the locations where the monsters have appeared. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with, but if you insist on going, I won't stop you either. I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive. I wish you the best of luck.
Based on what the captain said, the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
As you approach the battlefield, you see numerous people lying by the side of the road. They appear to be dressed like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds. A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief. Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back, they yell.
This is the place he mentioned, right?
You see broken iron swords scattered all around you, and downed trees riddled with terrifying claw marks. All the signs point to one thing. A truly devastating battle just took place here.
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might still be around.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged. They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in their bloodthirsty eyes, you're just another meal for them to devour.
A little help here! This thing wants to eat Paimon!
Your battle round begins now.
Time to shine!
Here comes the finale. The next battle round begins now.
Silver Senda! From the Spina with love. Watch out!
the monsters let out a terrifying roar of anger and resentment before dissipating into thin air.
Oh, thank goodness it's over.
We're lucky the Marashose Hunter class came with all those preset skill points. Otherwise, we would have been in some real trouble.
I never knew the photometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky, isn't it just game over right then and there?
That's part of the fun. The uncertainty of fate is what gives these games their appeal.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump? Wait, could it be the thing that appears after every battle?
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so it should be fine for me to touch it, right?
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to be made of wood. It was previously obscured by the large form of the monsters. With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery, poking out of the ground like a shy flower bud.
Whoa, it's a treasure chest!
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate the wooden chest from the ground. Even without opening it, you can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest that it must contain quite the fortune.
Makes sense. We worked hard for this. Let's open it and we can share what's inside!
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't it seem like there are people out there who need this treasure more than us?
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt fighting the monsters. Wouldn't it be better if we gave the treasure to them?
Wait, is that how it works? Paimon thought since we were the ones to dig it up, we could just take it for ourselves.
Well, let's put it this way. Any decision you make during a role-playing game can impact the future course of the story.
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marashose hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally? They might get even more suspicious of us.
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation in advance.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be ready to fight even more bad guys.
Looks like you're facing a difficult choice once again. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day for now?
Wow, where did the time go?
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all or because the story is particularly enticing, but I feel like I could almost keep going.
Here, here. Ooh, how about we play through the night?
I'm not sure I'll have enough energy for that.
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home too late.
I understand how you feel, Navia. But we have to change venues for the next part of the story anyway.
Huh? Another location?
Mm-hmm. There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa, they really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Cloran finish her story, right? Paimon wants to hear more about the history of the Hunters.
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we break for the day.
That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides, to Paimon, not finishing free food feels even worse than having to buy her own. And anyway, Paimon really does want to hear more about Cloran's master.
Well...
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. It won't do any harm to share these things now.
খিদা লাগতে বা মোমো খাইছস কি
My earliest memories are of living with Master.
ভেজিটেরিয়ান
According
মোমো
to
তো
her,
আছে
she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My
থাকবে না
birth
কেন
parents
ভেজিটেবল
had
মোমো আছে
left
না
me behind some time before that.
What a heavy beginning
অরিজিনাল
for a
মোমো তো
life
এই ছিল
story.
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced in the ways of raising children, my first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Oh, wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child? Isn't that dangerous? Did you hurt yourself?
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot. But Master was not concerned. She just stood there and casually lectured me about it. See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound. After that, it's time to learn how to truly hold a blade."
Excuse me for asking this, Clorand, but how old were you exactly when all this happened?
Probably around 3, give or take.
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error was the best way to teach a child what they're capable of.
I'm not so sure this is a question of experience.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And anyway, children don't get to choose how they're raised. Oh, she did bring me back a pet from Liyue once. It was a Geovishap hatchling.
A Geovishap hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
And how old were you when this happened?
5.
Well, did you win?
No, I lost.
So you're saying you actually became the Geovishap's pet?
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
Later on, I gradually understood that Master most likely didn't know any other way to raise a child. She was a marechaussee hunter, but I never heard her bring up her own parents. Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself the year after that. Even though the training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met many of her friends during those days. That was also how I met Mr. Callis and his family.
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia the whole time.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so I didn't know how to interact with others.
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun during those days.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we went exploring around the Spina together? We overheard Papa call your master Fontaine's Protector of Justice. We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time.
Protector of Justice? Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante hero from 20 years ago? The one who is always active at night?
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said, we overheard the truth from Mr. Callis that night.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports about her on Nervalette's desk.
My apologies.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was for a good cause. Although, calling herself the protector of order was a bit much. Especially when she deliberately operated outside the law.
Huh? When did the protector of justice become the protector of order?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was asked. Later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just two. The protector of justice and the protector of order.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the two she'd use by the time she got back each night.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her footsteps.
It's true. I always wanted to become like her. Someone powerful, independent, and with a strong sense of conviction. But... She suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Disappeared? What happened?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave a note. I was never able to find out where she went. That night, I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When I returned home on my own, it was to an empty house. When she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callis's house to ask about her whereabouts. But he only shook his head.
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but they never found any credible leads.
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot of sense. If I had to guess, I'd say she probably used it as an opportunity to force me to become independent. Just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age, the mother willingly leaves them behind.
Were you upset, Clorand?
I was at first, but not anymore. I don't believe Master would suddenly disappear for no reason. There must have been something she just had to do.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But you're right. I suppose I do take after her in some ways.
Who knew Clorand had such an interesting past? I never had the chance to ask her about it before. I wonder... if Clorand's master were the champion duelist back then, would that duel against Mr. Callis have gone differently? Oh no. Judging by the atmosphere, Clorand and Navia are probably thinking something similar. The mood just got super awkward all of a sudden.
Well, anyway... would you look at the time? It's getting dark, so we should probably call it a day for real this time. If we keep talking like this, we really will be here all night.
I had a great time today, Miss Clorand. Thank you for being our GM.
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, your childhood stories were even better. Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime. Maybe your master was onto something.
You could be right.
What does she mean, onto something? I certainly don't know any 5-year-olds who want to fight a bishop in their spare time. Guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy if I want to continue enjoying the story tomorrow.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about the script.
বলো বলো। ঘুমায় গেছিলাম আবার উঠছি।
Let's go meet up with the group. Paimon's really looking forward to today's story.
Still pressing my spam space button.
কেমন লাগছে তোমার জীবনে 3-4 ঘন্টা নষ্ট করে?
Thank God ভাই আমার স্টোরি মোরি এডিট ভালো লাগে না।
Race you.
পুরো স্টোরি দেখলে প্রিমিয়াম দেয়।
Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There was an important decision to be made, yes? I'll pour everyone a cup of tea.
Is that really the most important part, though, Clorand? Paimon's more concerned about our current surroundings. Heavy walls, cold railings, dim lights. This is obviously supposed to be a prison.
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So the set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyone think Clorand's smile is starting to look kinda scary?
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity, why don't we give ourselves a different name, just like Clorand's master did?
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low profile. As long as we're helping people, it doesn't matter who we are or what we're called.
Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you want some more tea?
Oh, Paimon's good. Thanks. Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
This is the short sword Clorand mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh. I'm surprised you managed to track it down after all this time.
Well, I made sure to take good care of it, considering the circumstances in which you gave it to me. Of course I had to keep it safe. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. I was just thinking about all the potential ways for us to break out of prison. We could dig a tunnel, or try to bribe the guards.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet, have we?
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand, even when it's sunny.
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure away. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
So, you reached an agreement? All right then, we can continue with the story.
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
All right. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with your bag of loot in hand. The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, but your spirits are surprisingly high. In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the poor in urgent need of help.
Thank you, kind soul.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away, her eyes never leaving your back until you move entirely out of sight. However, there's still quite a bit of Mora remaining. It appears you haven't made much progress.
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up. We need to hurry up so we can address the sorcerer problem.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy. I'm sure he knows the people here far better than us.
Oh, good idea!
Just
Hey,
as you
guess the
start to make
international
way to the
shop, এটা
square,
দিব্যি বাংলাদেশেও
intent on
শিখলেন
finding
রে।
the man again, there's a voice. Please wait, distinguished guests. Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you and proceed to politely pay their respects.
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being invited for afternoon tea?
Surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who requests to meet with you. Please come with us.
Do you think this could be a trap?
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a fantastic opportunity to do that.
I say we go for it. If something happens, we'll just turn the whole place upside down.
That sounds a little intense.
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. They lead you all the way to the audience hall of the palace. Gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary in size and dimension, yet their presence somehow makes the emptiness of the hall feel even more surreal and ominous.
Wow, it's so luxurious!
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep crimson throne before you. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's egg set right at the very front. As you observe it, you see a complex pattern of light reflect off its surface. They're here, Your Majesty. A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hands and bends down to whisper a few words to the king. After a moment, he lowers his hands and stands back up. His gaze shifts to fixate on your group, but he does not move from his place at the king's side.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by his side, though. We should keep a close eye on him.
The king remains still and says nothing. The minister is the one who speaks. Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite exhausted from work. So please allow me, his Prime Minister, to welcome you in his stead. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monsters near the capital. Such a great deed deserves to be rewarded. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to verify the truth by speaking to you myself.
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk, right? So we'll just explain what happened. The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe! It took a lot of effort to defeat them, even for trained swordsmen like us. Well, that was enough details, right? Believe us now?
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors. Since you were the ones who defeated the monsters, that must mean you are also in possession of the treasure they stole?
Well, we did take the treasure, but...
How did he know about the treasure?
Then I must ask that you return it at once. It belongs to the kingdom.
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward? Shouldn't the treasure be considered a part of that?
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But you seem to have forgotten a very important distinction. Only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the rightful wealth of a kingdom without said permission, on the other hand, is a crime.
But that's completely unreasonable.
Yeah, that makes no sense! If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground somewhere!
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving permission, yes? What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you, a group of legendary Marashosei hunters, sought to take the treasure for yourselves?
Well, what about the king? Is he just gonna let this guy talk for him the whole time?
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and unmoving. He stares forward with an empty look in his eyes, completely unmoved by the events before him.
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister be the evil sorcerer? Or could both the King and the Prime Minister have fallen under the evil sorcerer's control?
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready, each with a hand placed upon the hilt of their sword, as if prepared to draw their weapons and surround you at a moment's notice.
Well, there goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
It appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. What a pity. Guards, take them away and throw them in the dungeons. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any accomplices outside the court.
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some kind of riot?
But if we try to fight the guards right now...
Don't worry. At least we figured out who's behind all this. Let's just play it by ear. If you're scared, Paimon, just hold my hand.
Thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding you on both sides. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench of death and decay all around you that you finally realize you've stepped into a completely different world.
Stay here, and don't try anything funny.
The guards lock the cell door and leave without looking back.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you receive is the sound of water dripping from the ceiling.
No! What should we do now?
Carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands, of course. I draw my weapon.
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in the cell. The bag of treasure along with them.
What about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing you in prison.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
Oh, well, there goes all our plans.
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script ends.
What? But that's a terrible ending!
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint, or gives the GM some kind of code for how to move forward.
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison? Like, they'll only show us the way out once we've grown truly and utterly desperate?
That is a possibility.
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison. Oh, wait, guess it's kind of how the Fortress of Meripede works if you're lucky.
Oh, before I forget, Navia, the short sword you had with you earlier. I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything from this era. If I remember correctly, that style was last in vogue several hundred years ago.
Wait, Cloran said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean her master has been alive that long?
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an heirloom passed down over time.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your master. And you gave it to me just like that? You weren't worried I might lose it?
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old key, and a good amount of junk she probably just didn't want to take with her. I gave you the sword back then, because I didn't want our friendship to end.
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
After the duel. Between Mr. Callis and myself.
Before that, Clorand would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with Papa as well. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted this sword to me, and never came back. We were both sad, and conflicted, and totally overthinking everything as a result. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder if Miss Petronia had never introduced us to each other at that picnic. Maybe part of the sadness I was feeling could have been avoided. Back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father, but a close friend as well.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy things like this together.
Yep, you're right.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring up any sad memories.
Think nothing of it. No one here is at fault.
Huh? Looks like the next part of our script is here.
Perfect timing. The situation was really starting to get desperate. And not just because of the prison thing.
From Cloran's face, Paimon really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this lightless dungeon, you lack a reliable way to tell how much time has passed. Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness and despair. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's coming.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
Who are you?
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own. I'm also a Marashose hunter.
Huh?
Shh. I've already sent away the other guards, but if we make too much noise...
I understand, but how can we be sure we can trust you?
The king has issued a formal decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime, you're to be executed before tomorrow's sunrise. If you want to escape, it has to be now.
Executed? We barely did anything!
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure. Could this entire thing have been a trap?
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity, I have no way to prove that to you just yet. Infiltrating the capital was difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has taken a lot out of me. I could go on, but I think we can all agree that now is not the time for details.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, these weapons alone won't be enough to defeat the true enemy behind the scenes. His faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even stationed a number of golems in various rooms throughout the palace. To defeat him, you must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault, the Marashose hunters of the past left behind a treasure with the power to defeat the sorcerer.
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try my best to distract them so they don't go after you. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you when the final battle comes.
In that case, please stay safe.
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. I'll lead you out of here as quickly as possible. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marashose hunters. So please, get out there and reclaim what's ours. And be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons. Your sense of despair and anxiety both seem to fade as you continue your quest.
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
That is a pity, but we can only continue to move forward.
Arises.
Behold!
Swan Fury! You dare to gaze upon me?
Erase all threats. Everybody stand back! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered! This should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then. Plus, if all else fails, we can just blow it up.
Wow, you really meant that!
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water, its surface shimmering a brilliant shade of sapphire blue.
Well, guess this means it's time for a swim!
What's the matter?
It's nothing. As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerily quiet space. Before you lies a narrow passageway that appears to trail off endlessly into the distance.
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden.
But this door is blocking our way in. It almost looks like it's been here for quite some time. I've got to hand it to the tabletop troupe. They really went all out with the props.
What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism connected to the door? It looks like we might have to arrange it into a certain pattern.
A pattern on a stone door. That's something Master mentioned before.
Is something wrong, Clarant?
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears to be an ancient site of some sort, where treasure likely awaits. Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed. If you listen closely, you can almost convince yourself you can hear the sound of its calm, gentle breathing.
That description makes Paimon feel kinda bad for disturbing this place.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer. I say it's time for this treasure to once again see the light of day.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The future of the kingdom depends on it. The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right? Let's start exploring the area.
Yes, that should be fine. Something feels off about all this. Guess I'll just have to improvise.
Furina, ওটা বসাও এখানে অ্যাক্সেস করো। এটা হাইড কোড। আরে আমি তো একবার বলছি রে বাবা।
I found something.
Found something here too.
এটা কালেক্ট করো। Dance.
Same here.
এখন বসানোর ট্র্যাক হলে হয়তো বসিনি আজকে না।
Combo style. Mamu to combo bancho. Mamu. Itu say.
এটা বসায় দাও মাঝখানে।
It worked!
Something just appeared. Some kind of new mechanism, maybe?
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of inheriting the secrets of the past. At the end of each puzzle, you're rewarded with
With
a key.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marashose Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation. It looks just like the one Master passed down to me. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it seems like we just collected 3 of them. That must mean...
Huh? What's wrong?
You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly, all the torches in the ruin go out at once.
Huh? What's going on? Did we fall into another trap?
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone. Without the torches, the space is now completely dark, and you cannot see anything.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here. Oh, right, sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of footsteps pierce through the darkness.
There's someone else here. Oh, this is so unsettling. I can't see anything.
I've been discovered then.
Wait, that voice, it's...
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the treasure for himself, and has come to stake his claim.
Oh, so this is just part of the script. Then I can probably relax. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we can't fight to the fullest of our abilities. Should we retreat for now?
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marashose hunter. But this isn't part of the script.
Retreat? That's not the hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him. We choose to fight.
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you the torches have been relit. This battle will be in the dark.
You got it!
Well then, let us begin.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
Ha! You're facing a veteran marshal.
Is he still standing? Goodness, he's sure.
Is it over? Can we open our eyes now?
The enemy is strong and relentless, but the battle is nearing its end. The torches have not been relit.
What about now?
Final strike. Ha!
Equal.
Well, did we get him?
Equal zigzag zoom that.
Glorian?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the 4 of you successfully defeat the uninvited guest. That look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeated him.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. I should stay in character. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here just to betray us? Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing peace to the kingdom?
What kingdom? What peace? Those were nothing but lies! I, Florian, am a true Marashose hunter, descended from hunters of ages past.
So he's also using his real name. Or, wait, Was that the name of his character from the very beginning?
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marashose hunter, shouldn't you want to help us just like you said before? Shouldn't we fight together for the sake of the people?
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a Marashose hunter.
What's that supposed to mean?
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the remote wilderness. Still, he devoted everything he had to being a Marashose hunter. And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain. In a world that forgot all about him. When he died, not a single person came to mourn his passing. The Marashose hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes. We deserved more recognition and respect than this.
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't expect the script to contain this level of social criticism.
So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like you're owed fame and wealth?
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take it?
Because I still needed the final key.
Only a true Marashose hunter is capable of passing through this final door. As someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain, Florian lost that right long ago.
Okay, but what is this treasure anyway? We've got all the keys, right? So can we just go in and take a look?
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long, of course we want to see what's inside!
And we've already defeated Florian, right? So he won't try to take it from us anymore.
Pesky brats.
Watch yourself.
Then let's open the door together.
All right. Your choice of action is confirmed.
Why Judy?
Before you, the door to the treasure, sealed and undisturbed for more than 100 years, finally swings open. You hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse, almost like a sleeping giant letting out an extended yawn. You get the impression that the secrets buried behind this door might be just as heavy as the sound you just heard.
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside!
Ooh, me too!
Ugh, uncovering hidden treasure is the most exciting part of adventuring. What do we have here? Uh-huh.
A stone tablet? And some shabby weapons?
You call this a treasure vault? Looks more like an abandoned warehouse!
Maybe the troop ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part? They could have at least filled this place with cardboard mora or something!
Wait, I get it now. Paimon, this is the real Marashose hunter treasure.
Huh?
This is it? The Marashose hunter treasure is just a stone slab and some broken swords? I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it!
Whoa, are you okay?
The Marashose hunter before you appears to suffer a serious mental breakdown. He needs to leave the room for a moment to collect himself. One of you seems to understand the significance of the treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit, you may remain here in the meantime and explore your surroundings. So, how are you doing? Feeling any better?
What just happened?
Do you remember how you got here? Or what happened to your body just now?
I remember now. I brought you here because I wanted to... The explosives in the cave!
You mean these?
Huh? How did you...
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out. I've already dismantled the whole thing.
So the strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It would seem your skills as a Marashose hunter are as sharp as ever.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Tell me why you wanted to lure me here. Everything you said earlier sounded like the truth. Luckily, your monologue was dramatic enough to convince my friends you were just role-playing.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated and angry. Who knows? Maybe it was my own anger all along. I could never really tell. The feelings about my father and the other Marashose hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I was angry, bitter that no one remembered them or praised their accomplishments. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger came to completely consume me. At that point, I remembered the legend my father used to tell me. The one about the treasure.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury you along with it?
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt like there was this voice telling me to eliminate the hunters, but now it's gone.
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a devorator.
Devorator?
Oh, your master... your father, I mean. Never talked about it? It was a kind of monster that was active several centuries ago.
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly... Wait, it can't be. The seal!
The seal?
My family has served as Marashose hunters for many generations. But the title and swordsmanship weren't the only things passed down over our line. There was a seal as well. My father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down over a truly ancient age, and protecting it was our clan's most important duty. But I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come down and check on it one day, and that's where my memories become fuzzy.
The Devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being, even ones as capable as the Hunters. If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marashose hunters chose to seal the Devorator away, in the hopes that a permanent solution would come with the passage of time.
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they overtake you entirely. It would seem I'm not just lacking in skill with a blade, but in mental fortitude as well.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly, each was entrusted to a respected and capable hunter. How did you manage it?
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third... was one that I snatched while the person was on the way home from the tavern. I nearly died in that alley. I know just how strong you are. It's as clear as day to everyone in Fontaine. I observed you from dusk to dawn, but could never find any opportunity to sneak up on you. I never even saw you drink a single glass of liquor. The only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then... Oh, I get it now. That monster, it wanted to bury you here alongside the treasure.
I won't comment on anything else, but the script was good.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marashose hunters and how they came to be forgotten.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself, no matter how small.
I have done so many despicable things. I have nothing to be proud of.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story. Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you truly wanted to defeat.
But I've already tainted my sword. I no longer have any right to...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced yourself earlier. Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing special about a blade. It's the intentions of the wielder that matter above all else. Do you still not understand? Even after seeing the treasure for yourself? The contents of that room, they represent the true legacy the hunters left behind.
You're right. I am a Marashose hunter. It's time for me to redeem, no, to finally serve the people I vowed to protect all along.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for redemption.
I know. That's a charge I won't bother to defend myself against.
Good. Then, come with me, and help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through to the end? But there's no more script left.
Never finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all here. There was no reason to write beyond this point.
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still needs to be defeated.
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to make up the rest of the script as we go along?
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevails. I'll be there to help you too.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled. Besides, I need their help.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth about all this?
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting dreams and fantasies is more important than exposing the truth. Don't you think?
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marashose hunters, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
Tone it down.
Sorry. After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my true self and regained my pride as a Marashose hunter.
Oh, do I smell a redemption arc?
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked me to lure you here so he could bury you in this cave.
That little... Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't you, but the evil sorcerer?
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense of will.
Huh. And how are you going to prove that you're a changed man? We're not going to fall for the same trap twice.
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing the treasure. It reminded me of my father's past teachings. The treasure was actually...
The names of all the Marashose hunters from ages past and their weapons?
Wait, you already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role-player's exploration skills. Oh, wait, I mean Marashose hunter Navia's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For example, this Marechaussee hunter called Est. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite pastime was singing and dancing with her friends, and she was said to have a beautiful voice.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this Walter. Working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only I could have seen the feats of magic he pulled off back then.
Their lives were all so exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments. How could they have all been forgotten?
Because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a Marechaussee hunter is to willingly give up on wealth and fame.
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companions.
That's right. Few Marechaussee hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city from the shadows. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by their hand.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people, but so that they would be remembered by each other.
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface serve as a reminder that you are never truly alone. The tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. There will always be those who walk beside you, a fact that remains as true today as in ages long past. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. So this is what you wanted me to find. Thank you, my friend. You are very kind. I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done. Allow me to fight alongside you and defeat the evil sorcerer that threatens the peace and prosperity of everyone in this kingdom.
Well, I say we let you join.
Sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is what you do to make up for them.
I have no objections, but Mr. Florian, do you even know how to defeat the evil sorcerer?
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he reacted with a strong sense of fear.
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure? But there's nothing here except some broken weapons and the stone tablet.
What if the secret's hidden inside these weapons? GM, permission to investigate.
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint energy emanating from within. These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp, as if they're simply waiting for the next worthy hunter to carry on their legacy.
So basically, take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find comfort in being held by someone who appreciates the arts.
Good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then, from one archer magician to another.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool weapon too!
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being. It's a feeling of courage, determination, a silent vow passed down from generation to generation that says, eradicate the monsters, no matter the cost.
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil sorcerer?
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be extremely careful. He's spent so long living among monsters that he's now taken the form of one. He will not be easily defeated.
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear? We don't want to just fight him and lose, right?
Oh, No, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of his control. If we let him rest, he might have time to escape.
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget, the people of the capital are counting on us.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for everybody.
Yes, that's what's called... Yes, that's exactly right.
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please, lead the way.
Of course. Follow me.
He had to set up so many scenes today, and now he has to join in for this last part. I really don't envy his job.
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer and bring peace back to the kingdom once and for all. As you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back, as if all the hunters of the past are wishing you success in the battle ahead and awaiting your triumphant return.
The wind rises. Huh.
Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described. As you approach, an ominous aura surrounds you. You get the sense that your enemy is close at hand.
How strange. This uneasy feeling seems so real. How did they manage that?
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go.
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind and take control of your body. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts you again, it's possible you might take on a new form entirely.
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should be at the very front.
You mean...
Yes. I intend to lure it into my body.
That's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you. Do you understand how dangerous this is?
I understand, but if I do this, you'll have a clear and visible target. The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry about any of your friends being taken over. You're not like me, Miss Clorand. You're a just and powerful Marashose hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the responsibility for its destruction. This is... something that I have to do. Consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request is that you give it your all.
I understand. Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regards.
Thank you.
The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under the blade of the Marechaussee hunters.
Huh?
So lifelike.
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own 2 hands.
The treasure? You mean... The names! It's the Marechaussee hunters' names!
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marechaussee Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marechaussee Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
Petronia, protector of justice and order. The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength!
We have come to answer your summons. And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the sorcerer was defeated. Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the errors of their ways. Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the story of the Marechaussee Hunters. They pursue the phantoms in the darkness and exterminate all who pose a threat. They will always protect the city and those within it, even should all memory of their accomplishments be forgotten by the very people they serve.
I am assuming we've finally reached the end of the script.
Yes, you've reached one of the better endings.
It's a pretty solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but the further we got into it, the more impressed I became with the production and the plot. That final battle especially. All the effects were super realistic.
Oh, right. Yeah, totally.
That's a really good point. I never expected the weapons we picked up from that vault would have that kind of effect.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at it after we got out, but I don't think it ever lit up again. Oh, we should probably give these props back, right? I'll just leave mine here.
Did you have a good time?
Of course. Let me know if another script like this comes around.
Sure, no problem.
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time to fully digest everything that just happened. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him. He must be extremely exhausted to have passed out cold like that.
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time. Toodaloo!
Okay, so
Xavier.
Can I ask now?
I think it should be fine. Yeah.
একটা পুলে সেট
What
হচ্ছে
in
লইছি
the world was going on back there?
একটা পুল দিছে একটা পুলে সেট হচ্ছে
So you saw through all of that?
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes, it'd be weirder if we didn't notice anything.
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up job of pretending nothing had gone wrong. Furina actually looked like she thought all of it was planned.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Oh, wait. Don't tell me you never... Ugh, this is all my fault. It's not too late to cover your ears. Here, partner, I'll do it for you.
Bit late for that, don't you think?
You're saying everything that happened back there wasn't actually part of the script?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What?
So loud. My head.
Hey, you! Get up right now and explain yourself!
এবে পার্মানেন্টলি গালি দেয়
No shaking, please! Oh, my head.
আমার মিলে গাই শালার বই দিকে
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that whole last part on the spot? It's not nice to lie to people, but Paimon's gotta admit, that was a really good story, Florian. Oh, and nice improvisation, Florian!
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick after forgetting an important prop.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would have floated straight in the opposite direction.
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle would scare a reasonable person half to death.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then. That explains why you're so good at coming up with things on the spot.
As for you, Florian...
I know there's no excuse for what I did. I'll turn myself into the guards at once, confess my crimes, and accept any punishment that comes my way.
I would say you've already suffered more than enough.
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a true marechaussee hunter. You'll be far more used to the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any terms they give you as well.
Yes, of course.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Then I'll do exactly as you said. I'll go return those 2 keys right now. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the second chance you've given me. I swear this on my name and honor as a marechaussee hunter. Until we meet again, everyone.
আসতেছি একটু ব্যস্ত
Speaking of Marashose hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered. Don't you want that?
No. Every name on that tablet made the same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception. My identity as a Marashose hunter is not something I need people to remember. I wish only to be recognized as a champion duelist. Nothing more.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait! Paimon just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marashose hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby, their weapons would start to glow.
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular devorator probably hailed from the same era as the hunters we saw in the room. The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's likely why the devorator visibly reacted when you said them out loud.
So the names held the power all along!
Navia. Everything you said during your summon.
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah, I'm glad you heard it. Just don't make me repeat myself. It's embarrassing.
I really appreciated those words.
All right. Don't get all sentimental on me. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. I'm going to go on ahead. Don't fall too far behind now.
She ran off!
I should probably head back as well. This story was truly incredible. I might have to spend the whole night telling my siblings all about it. Goodbye.
Traveler, should your name and deeds be forgotten, what do you think the significance of your journey will be?
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish, even if no one remembers them.
A great answer. I'll remember it. Me? The Marashose hunter says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence. An unspoken vow left to echo through the night. The path she walks needs no explanation.
Cash. না এখন প্রশ্ন করে না ভালো প্রশ্ন আলাদা এটাই আর কি
We haven't...
এটা কত সময় লাগবে?
Wow, the academia sure is busy during the day. But where should we go looking for people that we know?
Traveler, Paimon.
Sino! It's been so long since we last saw you!
As do you. You don't seem weary at all from your travels. If anything, you seem stronger. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. Paimon just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed all our friends at Smeru.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner. I look forward to hearing about your travels. Something tells me we must have a lot to catch up on.
Really? You were thinking of us too? What a coincidence!
Indeed. Or as I call it, the biryani factor. You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always rice to meet stew again.
Oh, darn, he said it.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
All right. Here's your 500 Mora.
I won't be like TK ELS hello.
Paimon's never making a bet again. Paimon really thought Sino would be able to hold back on the jokes. They say people can change, but maybe that's just wishful thinking.
Ah, so this was technically my fault. In that case, I'll treat you to some sweets later. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work, which is why I didn't complete the joke at first.
A case? What happened?
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this one myself.
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're done, we can,
Such enthusiasm.
The fuck?
Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweets if you're not around to remind me?
I mean, what the fuck?
Alright, was it really that obvious?
Obvious enough. Still, it's a fine idea. You are the heroes of Sumeru. It makes perfect sense to work together. All right, follow me.
আমি আম খাইতেছি Yes, full sets. Currently boss fight আছে এই যে আবার
Swan Fury.
Do you see him? The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk to about the case?
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamod sage. He taught both me and Lisa.
Huh? Sino's teacher is in trouble?
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine. What sort of person targets an old retiree?
Professor, I've brought some friends.
Ah, Sino. Now who do we have here? Hold on, let me think. A flying fairy dressed in white? A youth who does not seem to hail from this land? My goodness. You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon. I've heard all about what you've done for Sumeru.
Wow, looks like we're really famous.
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all. That's right. Let me summarize the situation. A couple of days ago, Professor Cyrus suddenly received a threat letter.
A threat letter?
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like me, for goodness sake?
This is the letter in question.
Cyrus, I have uncovered your secret. If you wish to prevent it from going public, leave 10 million mora at the back door of the cafe. Secondly, don't come looking for me. You'll never find me. But I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. Finally, if you dare to report this to the Matra, there will be consequences. Wow, they sure didn't mince their words.
Clearly, this person must be desperate for mora.
10 million mora, what a joke. I'm just a single retiree with nothing to my name beyond the tomatoes in my garden. Where do people think I'm hiding 10 million mora, huh? In my tomatoes?
There were no witnesses, so currently the letter is all we've got. So, Traveler, Paimon, let's put our heads together.
Paimon's ready too!
All right, take a look. Do you
Paimon
see anything
modern,
suspicious?
আমি হচ্ছে আর কোন কুইজটার জন্য এক্সাইটেড দেখছি যে ভাই
Very good. The paper has a rather rough texture. It's not the typical kind you see in most books.
Another thing is, some of these strokes look kind of blurry. Could there be an issue with the ink?
Possibly. And I bet the paper has something to do with it.
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile, it's very coarse-grained, almost as if it's made from some sort of plant matter.
It's certainly not the same paper as we use in the academia, but the ink is nothing special. Just regular black ink that gets a blue tinge when applied to paper.
So do we think the culprit has a connection with the academia or not? Wait, check this out! Looks like this part got wet at some point.
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid, not plain water. It also looks like it was wiped off with a damp cloth.
A colored liquid, so... tea? Wine?
Looks like we're thinking along similar lines. Let's go talk to Arof. There are some things I'll need him to take care of.
Behold! Search forth! Squall and Fury!
Arav. Ah, there he is.
Mahamatra Sino, Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the Traveler and Paimon. It's been a while.
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young and strapped for cash. Oh, one last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
Oh, of course! You think the culprit spilled their coffee on the ladder, huh?
They do look like coffee stains to me. Also, if I'm not mistaken,
The letter is written on a type of scented paper that has aromatics added during the manufacturing process. The kind often provided as writing material for customers in cafes and taverns.
Ah, of course! Yes, like they sell in the gift shops. I remember now. Zaha Hadid bought some a while back. She said she was going to use it as wrapping paper for a vase.
Understood. I'll assemble a team to investigate the points of interest immediately.
You have my gratitude.
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City. And change into plain clothes. Don't let them see you coming.
Will do.
Great thinking, Sino. So, where do we think the culprit's at? Yeah, they've probably been lying low at home waiting to see how Cyrus reacts.
You're right, Paimon.
Really? Which part?
The culprit's approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they warned Professor Cyrus not to go to the Matra, doesn't mean they know what he'll do next. So, like you said, they need to wait and see. And crucially, the culprit said they'd be watching the Professor's every move.
Huh? Wait, are you saying...
Found you!
What are you doing?
You wrote the threat letter!
I don't know what you're talking about. What threat letter?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden for someone reckless enough to threaten Professor Cyrus. There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Arav. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
I was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Mahamatra Sino shows up, right? So I got a little curious. What's the big deal?
You smiled when Arav left. I saw it as clear as day.
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a cafe. Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafes, you would be free from scrutiny. The cafe was a red herring all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the Professor's movements.
You can't pin this on me! I haven't done anything!
Really? Then why are you shaking like a leaf? The innocent have no reason to fear the Matra. But you... your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching. You're a terrible liar.
I would never...
Don't try anything or you'll pay the price. Now come with me.
Well, that was over quickly. Sino already caught the guy.
You're telling me. 1 minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arav already on his way back to meet up with Sino. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his whole future.
Everyone, it's all over.
Gosh, that was so fast!
The culprit's name is Uraka, a 16-year-old student in the Rotaoish Darshan.
Huh?
16? Cyrus thought he looked 30-something!
We checked his records. He's 16, a third-year student.
But he looks so old.
Yeah, seriously!
Foolish child. He's too young for the criminal life. What the devil drove him down this path?
We questioned the culprit regarding his motives. He,
Oh, just spit it out. Nothing can surprise me at this point.
Very well. It's our understanding that Araka is a mediocre student who has been underperforming in his classes. He started taking extra tutoring to improve his grades, but developed a gambling habit around the same time and lost a lot of mora. Down on his luck, he went to the tavern for a drink and overheard some people chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable retirement. They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato plants with some old woman on the street.
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes? That old woman is Kasharwar's very own Professor Zaha Hadi. How can he not know who Zaha Hadi is?
Is this going somewhere?
Oh, right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about tomato plants. What are they trying to insinuate by comfortable retirement? A man grows a few vegetables and suddenly he's living a life of luxury?
Maybe it's more the fact that you have the time to grow vegetables in the first place.
Araka mentioned he'd heard a rumor alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring and kept it for himself instead of reporting it to the academia. Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And
I think Rosary
also 5 stars. An easy target to blackmail.
Oh, Araka. I'm at a loss for words. I'm so angry I don't know where to start.
People make up rumors all the time. I am quite confident that Professor Cyrus has never embezzled a mora in his life.
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again later. I need you to deliver a few firm fistfuls to him on my behalf.
I completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus, but I'm afraid that course of action goes against the Matra's principles.
Professor, there's no need to be childish about this.
Oh, come on. I was clearly joking.
Okay. Where does this go from here?
The academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individuals spreading rumors about the professor's obsession with tomatoes and some old woman on the street, there could be a slander case here. The Matra will continue to investigate.
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman on the street? Mind your wording or you'll start a whole new rumor. You seem confused. Don't you understand? Uraka is just a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. Besides, I didn't actually hand over any mora to him. The whole thing sounds a lot worse than it is. All it costs me is a little reputational damage. That's all.
Please rest assured, Professor, that the academia will issue a fair and reasonable punishment.
Yes, I have no doubt about that. But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation with the boy's parents. Their family lives in the city, yes?
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants and they're often away on business. They've never taken much of an active role in their children's lives.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence away yet, do you? I'd like to have that letter back for the time being, if possible. I need something concrete for when I talk to the family tonight. We have to show them how serious this situation is.
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Araka's punishment. You can hold on to the letter for now. Just make sure to return it within a couple of days.
Oh, so you'll be able to close the case in 2 days?
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to resolve.
Very good. Well, thank you for all your help.
Money?
Perhaps we can all go for a meal together. Oh, my treat, of course.
My apologies, Sir Cyrus, but I have a prior commitment. Enjoy the meal, everyone.
Ah, I see.
Nah,
well, that's a pity. But Sino, you have to come. You found the culprit at record speed, and I owe you for that. Ah, and isn't Tainari in town at the moment? Bring him along too.
বাইরে বলে এত
Wait,
বুদ্ধি তো
you
তার
mean
নেই।
Kainari's in the city?
He is. Tainari's master, Sir Nephis,
আমি
called
already
him and
ওই
Kale to the
ওই phase
academia
পার
to
করে
help out
আইছি।
on a project. They should be at Nephis's office at this hour.
কুকিতে অনেক
Though I must
তেল
say,
আছে।
I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tainari.
তেল লয়ে গেছে
Did
বেটা।
you do something to offend Sir Nephis?
किसको उधारी में
Don't be
दिया?
outrageous.
কি মনে হয় তোর?
Nephis offends me all the
গেস কর
time.
গেস
It's
কর
never
দি।
the other way
उसको
around.
उसको
উসকো
Hurry up and fetch
সব
Tainari. I'll head over to the
ইউএস এর
tavern
মতো
with the
আইয়া
traveler in Paimon.
দুবাইতে তেল
See
লয়ে
you
গেছে।
there. Go on now. Don't keep us waiting.
good
ও আচ্ছা আমি তো স্ট্রিমে সরি ভুলে গেছিলাম। আই হাই আই হাই আই হাই
एक्सपोज हो गया
আই হাই
स्ट्रीमेर लिंक दा माइंड
আমার কেন
स्ट्रीमेर लिंक दा माइंड शेयर पाठाओ
এই কি
তোমার কাছে
না 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 নো থ্যাংক ইউ
The wind rises.
কি লো হ্যাঁ সেটাও ঠিক কথা না যদি কস যে আমি আছি তাহলে দেখবো
ডিপেন্ডস
অবভিয়াসলি
আমারে কও এই যে এত বড় স্ট্রিম ওয়েট কতক্ষণের আমি এট লিস্ট 10 ঘন্টা স্ট্রিম করব কে কারে তো তেল
4 ঘন্টা না আর কোন বুঝতে কি কোন লাগবে না তোমার আছে
Behold.
না কাইনারি না ট্রাস্ট করবে অবভিয়াসলি আচ্ছা ইনাজুমার এক্সপেডিশন কোন জায়গায় রে
Squall Fury.
ক্লোজ তারপর তারার মতো থাম ও আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ তারপর
এখানেই যাবি এখান থেকে তুই এটাকে ফলো করবি
ও আমার কেন জানি ওটা হচ্ছে না কেন জানি হ্যাঁ তাহলে আবার ও আচ্ছা আই এম স্টিল ইন মাল্টিপ্লেয়ার ফর সাম রিজন
no কোপতে বেরানো
না 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 কোপ আসলে জানি না অনেক কিছু উঠাইছি অবশ্য
সপ্তাহ হবে না তা অনেকগুলো হয় না
এলেই তো কই পজ করার পরে এখনো সবকিছু চলতেছে কেন
Not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa His back when I was still teaching. And if you don't want to take my word for it, you can ask them. They were students at the time. They'll tell you what it was like.
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on at the academia. Most of what I know, I heard from Sino after the fact.
Professor's become a lot more laid back in his retirement. He used to be far stricter, and was especially known for being extremely principled.
Wow. It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal person. I can't imagine doing that as a sage.
It's a pity Kale wasn't around at the time. I would have happily taken her on as a student.
And then we'd have one more person who has to address Lisa as upper-class woman.
Really? Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer it when people treat her like an older sister.
Oh, believe me.
Fuck, আমার
Back
10টা
when she
ফুল
was
দিয়ে
a
দিল
student,
লামা
nothing made her happier than the younger students acknowledging her seniority.
Oh.
Whoa, more
দুইটা
food?
পাঁচটা করে দুইটারে
Sure
দিয়ে
about
দিয়েছে
this? We don't want to take advantage.
আরে পাঁচটা বাচ্চা না মগা একটা
Oh,
বেশি
don't worry about it.
না না না
Order
ও আচ্ছা
whatever
একটা
you
ভিতরে
like.
10টা মারবো এক লাগে
If it's not enough, order some
Okay.
more.
আমি
After
ভাবছি
all your
পাঁচটা
help
মানে
today,
একটা করে
treating you
5টা
to
মারবো
dinner is the least I can
একটা ব্যানারে
I thought I heard some familiar
তাও হয়,
voices.
সমস্যা নেই।
And Sir Cyrus is here as well.
Oh, Kave, it's been a while. Zahahadi was talking about you last month. How have you been?
I've been all right, thank
কোনটা
you.
নিব caution
You're
and
looking very well,
confidence
sir.
নাকি
I'm glad to see it.
Have you eaten yet? Care to join us?
না কুকিতে তেল নেই এত।
That's awfully kind of you, but I had a late lunch, so I'm not really hungry just yet. I'll have dinner a little bit later tonight. I just came to Lombard's to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized, I thought I'd come and say hello. So what's the occasion, anyway? Some sort of celebration?
Consolation, more like.
4-star sword
You wouldn't believe the day I've had.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there.
Sacrificial
My whole
great
time as a
sword.
student, I've never heard of anything remotely like that.
I can't believe how young the guy is.
Swordটা
What are
সুন্দর
his
আছে
parents going to think?
Young people are always more susceptible to making rash and ill-advised decisions. Their minds are still developing. It's just an unfortunate fact of life. But still, this boy has some nerve. Just look at what he wrote. Oh, it makes my blood boil.
Wow, yeah. Jeez.
I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. And then he just followed you into the house of Dana?
If this were my son, he'd get the scolding of a lifetime. Oh.
Luckily,
Wow.
I'm also an extremely principled person.
Kave! Your order's ready, sir!
Coming! I'll have to get going. Have a nice evening, everyone. I'll catch you all another time.
Okay, bye-bye!
swordটা সুন্দর আছে ভাই damn
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here too.
Yep, it's all there. I'll stop babbling away now. Let's eat before the food gets cold.
ভিডিও করতে কত রিজেমা পড়া আছে ভাই আমার দেখলেই ভালো লাগতেছে না
আরে তোর তো ওয়ার্ল্ডে অভাব নেই করার এই জিনিসপত্র।
Oh, too tasty. Paimon's belly is about to explode.
পাইমন করতেছে নাকি ভাই
Mine too. I'll have to walk home to burn some of it off.
Thanks for dinner, Sir Cyrus. Master Tainari and I will bring you some homemade herbal tea next time. It'll do wonders for your sleep.
Well, I look forward to that. In fact, could I trouble you to bring a little extra for the other old folks on my street? I'll be the envy of the neighborhood.
No problem at all. I'll pack some up and bring it over.
I'll see you all later. I better head home now and tend to the crops.
Good night, Professor. Don't let those tomatoes keep you up too late.
Hey, my tomatoes are serious business.
নাই
I
ভাই
am not
বুঝলাম
about
না
to be beaten by Zahahadi. Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late now, children. I bid you all a good night.
Take care. Have a safe trip home.
All right. Now, we finally have some us time.
What do you mean, us time?
Well, I was talking with Tainari and Kale, and since we all have some free time, we thought we could all go camping together. Think of it as our way of welcoming you back to Sumeru.
Camping? Oh, that sounds fun. Paimon's in.
Wait, no, that's my job. Don't take it away from me. Why don't you and Paimon help out Master or Sino? You don't have to play the hero when you're out with us. This is your chance to just, you know, laze around and switch off for a bit.
Everyone, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at the riverbank to the southeast of Gandharvaville. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip. Just bring your delightful selves and prepare to have some fun.
You got it. We'll be there.
Great. Then we'll see you tomorrow.
Really?
Really?
Kinda set off. Let's head to the set.
হাই আরে আমার একটা অনেক ছোটবেলায় সেই 2018 সালের একটা ইনস্টাগ্রাম অ্যাকাউন্ট আছে সো এটার পাসওয়ার্ড সব ভুলে গেছি এটা লগ ইন করার চেষ্টা করতেছি পাসওয়ার্ড ইমেল কিচ্ছু জানি না ওইটার সো হ্যাঁ
বেস্ট অফ লাক
ইমেলও বলে জানো
একটা ভেরিফিকেশন আসে ওটা আমার আম্মুর ফোনে আসে তার মানে তখন তো আমার ফোন ছিল না তার মানে মনে হয় আম্মুর ফোন দিয়ে কিছু একটা আছে
কিছু একটা আছে বলে
না আগে তো আম্মুর ফোনে এগুলো চালাইতাম
আন্টি লগ ইন করতে
You guys are ahead of the game. You set up the tents already.
I'd say we're right about on schedule, actually. We were aiming to have them set up before you arrived.
Traveler, Paimon, let's go fishing together. Whatever we catch, we can grill for dinner tonight.
মানে আপু লাইভে ক্লিক করলে বা কেউ প্রোফাইলে ক্লিক করলে কিচ্ছু দেখায় না কেমন
আরে
দেখায়
হলো ডিসকর্ডে ঝামেলা করতে
I hope I can contribute too. The other forest watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while ago. I'm really looking forward to giving them a try.
আমি
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ খেলছিলাম তো 8:30টার দিকে আমি টাইম দেখছিলাম তখন 8:30টার দিকে ঢুকছিলাম
I saw some very appetizing mushrooms in the area, so I gathered a few for us. I'll leave them here along with some fresh fruit.
Wow, camping with a forest watcher is the way to go. They think of everything. And even if they don't, they can improvise.
This is true. I don't think I've ever had a single rough day in this forest.
মানে ঘন্টা খানেক
So?
খেলতাম
How has everything been going for you?
There's been some high points, low points, but we've had some unforgettable experiences along the way.
আমার মাত্র 2 ঘন্টা ঘুমাইছি
I see. Well, in that case, you should try a valberry. I bought some from the market this morning.
A valuable suggestion. Just don't bury your feelings using food.
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
Oh, I have a sudden craving for fruit tea. I'm gonna go fetch some stuff. Bye!
হ্যাঁ
Lol.
খেলে মজা পাইছি আর কি
She sure made a run for it.
আপুর লাইফ কখন শেষ হবে
Unbelievable! She made a run for it!
8 ঘন্টা পর
So Kale chose the path of tactical retreat. Could it be she foresaw what shall soon come to pass?
সারা রাত লাগবে বুঝছি আরে শুনো
My
আচ্ছা
dear
লাইভে কি
friend.
সবকিছু শোনা যায়
You know what I am about
স্পেশালি
to
তোর
say.
কথাটা অনেক ক্লিয়ারলি যাইতেছে
ও হ্যাঁ ও হ্যাঁ
Excellent. A kindred spirit. A great warrior can sense when a duel is nigh. But it looks like we'll get told
আচ্ছা
off
প্যারালে
if
তুমি
we start
খেলতেছো
playing
বিজি
now.
তো
Let's enjoy the nature for a while longer.
আরে অনেক কাহিনী আছে তো শোনাবো আসো আসো
What the fuck?
Still be like হুনাই ছাড়ম
ইয়েস
Fuck
প্রচুর
life.
পেন্টিং করছি আমার ইসের কাছে ওর কাছে পেন্টিং করছে আমার ফ্রেন্ডের কাছে পেন্টিং করছে আরেকটা পুরোনো এক ফ্রেন্ডের কাছে পেন্টিং করছে এত খারাপ লাগছে
পরে
আমার।
কইস
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
Stream.
পেছার পরে
I'll reel it in.
ওকে
আরে
Firewood,
বড় ভিতরে সোজা তালে
spices, snacks,
এই ফোন খুইলা
and
হলো এই ফোনে
drinks.
তো কাজ নেই তুমি যদি
Everything's ready. Once Kale gets back, we can light up the fire and start grilling.
না দাঁড়া আমার মনে হয় দরকার ছিল ফোন আইডি চেঞ্জ করে আসা দাঁড়া আইডি চেঞ্জ করে আসি আইডি চেঞ্জ করতে টাইম লাগবে না।
There are 3 tents. Which one do you two want to take?
How about the one on the left?
Wait. Siapa?
Lare, lare.
তোমার পিসিআইডিটা
আমার কান গেছে রে।
হ্যালো, আমি কি হ্যালো
Well, Paimon just thinks the ambiance here is a little better.
True. But it's also the closest to the water. If there are any sleepwalking fungi around tonight, they might stumble into your tent.
Well, that's no good. Take my weapon. You can use it to bar the entrance.
Anyone would think you were sealing the gates to King Deshret's mausoleum.
Excellent. Then this tent will be an impenetrable fortress.
I'm back! How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue?
Always. Oh, it smells so good. Paimon's drooling.
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time to add the seasoning. How do you like your skewers? Well done? Medium? Rare?
Wait, what? Isn't that just for steaks?
Hey, if it works for steak, maybe it works for other things too.
Medium well for me.
Okay, these are about ready now then. It'll be a few more minutes for anyone who wants theirs well done.
Oh, that was so delicious. If Paimon's stomach had space, she'd eat 3 more skewers.
I ate a lot too. Here comes the food coma.
If you're tired, then go rest.
You must be getting sleepy too, Paimon. Why don't you guys head to your tents? Sino and I will clean up.
Tonight, I show you mercy. Our sacred duel will take place another day.
Good night.
Paimon's struggling to keep her eyes open.
Oh, don't forget this. The staff of the Scarlet Sands.
Wait, you were actually being serious about that?
It's a very powerful weapon. Try it.
Paimon can't even lift that thing.
Fair enough. You sure you don't want it?
Yeah, Paimon's sure. We'll be fine. And even if we do get an uninvited guest in the night, Paimon will be here to take care of the traveler.
That reminds me of a parting king of invocations. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. But right now, it's time to rest. Sleep well and sweet dreams.
think they should all be here. Traveler? Paimon? Are you in there? Could you come outside for a sec?
Look at this.
What the? What's this sword doing here? Is it supposed to keep out intruders?
Evidently.
What? Who is it? Oh, what time do you call this? Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah! Oh, hey them, Kave! What are you doing here? It's the middle of the night!
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night, but we've got a situation on our hands.
Let's get dressed and talk about it outside.
Something has come up. And since it pertains to Cyrus and Sino, I deemed it essential to inform you all.
Whoa, back up. Let's start from the beginning. Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here after I washed them. Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
They are. And so are the fruits.
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what Sino's group was drinking last night.
Do tell. What were they drinking?
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was hosting a dinner for Sino, Tighnari, Kale, and the Traveler and Paimon. Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that's what it was. It looked pretty good.
Sounds like they're all tangled up in this.
You know what it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus. He was asking for 10 million mora.
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit. The sages are probably dealing with the case by now.
I wonder what Sir Nephis and the others will make of it. Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern on it that I've never seen before. Really caught my eye. Give me a sec, I'll sketch it out for you. Okay, done. Take a look. You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows where the culprit got it from.
Interesting. These are all motifs associated with the tribes of the desert.
What? Really?
Take this, for instance. Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. And the crisscrossing and mirroring here, I recognize that too. It bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem, one that hasn't been used in a very long time.
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the Temple of Silence.
After discussing it with each other, we both agreed that something didn't feel right, so we went looking for you. This was a long way to come from the city. Alhaitham figured you were probably with Tainari, so Gandharvaville was our first stop. But the Forest Watchers told us that you'd gone camping. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Sino. He said he was on a supply run. We exchanged a few words, and then he ran off.
Hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about? The Temple of Silence, you said? What is that? Should we be worried?
Something's up, huh? Give me a second. Let me get Kale.
So you've never heard of the Temple of Silence? Well, to put it simply, it's an organization that has existed in Sumeru for over 1,000 years. These days, you can find a Temple of Silence office in the academia. Theoretically, it's responsible for the custody and disposal of information and documents not fit for public dissemination. At least, that's what they tell the outside world. In truth, it's essentially a vestigial institution nowadays. There's an office with their name on it, but it's functionally obsolete. Historically speaking, the original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermanubis, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret and the greatest of all sages. Most of the organization's members hailed from the desert. By contrast, none of the Academia Temple's current members are from the desert region, nor do they use any symbols connected with the desert folk.
So the Temple of Silence at the Academia is just a fake? Wow.
It's possible. The real question is, why? My guess is they're covering something up.
So, how do you know all this? Sounds like some pretty top-secret stuff.
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage, and kept the pay raise even after he resigned.
Oh, yeah! Paimon did totally forget about that. So you took the chance to read all the top-secret documents while you were acting Grand Sage, huh?
If you're asking me whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would respond that that's a perfectly normal part of any job.
So much about this doesn't make sense. Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an academia student to Cyrus? The student's only 16, and doesn't have any family ties to the desert. So where could he have seen that emblem, or gotten the paper?
You said you ran into Sino, yes? Did you tell him what you've just told us?
Yep. He ran off as soon as he heard what we said.
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably halfway through solving the case by now. Still, we should try to catch up with him. At this hour of the night, Sino will probably go looking for Cyrus at his current residence.
If the Academia's Temple of Silence really does exist just to cover up the truth, the sudden appearance of this emblem can't be good, and sure to stir up trouble. We should pay a visit to the Academia.
Yes. As the Sage of Amorta, my master ought to know the truth about their office. You can ask him to tell you what he knows. The more information we have, the better prepared we'll be for whatever happens there.
If this situation is connected to the real Temple of Silence, the emblem has to be part of a bigger conspiracy.
Kale, could I trouble you to send a message to the Core of 30? Tell them to keep an eye out for Sino and Cyrus. Traveler, Paimon, you two come with me. We'll go after Sino.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Cyrus has been living in the city lately. He rented a place near the field so we can keep an eye on his tomato plants.
Then let's go look for him there.
Here we are. This is the place.
We might be too late. Looks like nobody's home. Oh, Sino moves fast. If he was here, he's probably long gone by now.
I know that voice. Is that Tainari I hear?
Ah! Professor Zahahadi!
Wow, so it really is you. My goodness, whatever is going on tonight?
We're looking for Sino. So, he's already been here.
Yes, not long ago, in fact. He knocked on my door and asked if I'd seen Cyrus today at all. I told him the old fool left early this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back. So we went to his place, and would you believe it? He's gone. Goodness knows where to. It must have alarmed Sino, because he took off in an awful hurry after that. He never did explain what this was all about. How serious is it?
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home...
Professor, did you hear that a student recently tried to extort Cyrus?
Why, yes. When I left the house that day, I noticed he was watering his flowers in the field in complete silence. He had a piece of paper clutched in his hand, and he looked lost in thought. I could tell something was troubling him, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. If Sino hadn't happened to visit him that day, he'd probably still be holding on to that thing. After seeing the letter, Sino told him to contact the Corps of 30, but Cyrus was very reluctant. He claimed it would only damage his reputation. Eventually, he relented, after much persuasion from Sino.
Huh? Cyrus didn't want to report it? Well, that's strange. When we saw him, he seemed pretty okay with the idea of the kid getting his just desserts.
As a former sage, it's possible Cyrus still has enemies at the academia. That's why Sino was so insistent that he report the matter to the authorities. I was there while they were going back and forth over it.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going public. But why?
Oh dear, what on earth has that old fool gotten himself wrapped up in? Oh, I do hope he's not in danger. Oh, I almost forgot. Sino left me this letter to pass on to you. He wrote it when he came by earlier. He realized you might come looking for him.
Thank you.
What does it say? Let Paimon take a look! My friends, this is a...
Yep, that sounds like Sino. Thank you, Professor. Traveler, Paimon, let's head to the academia and regroup. Squall and Fury! Behold! Quit following me. Too slow. Quit following me.
You're here? I thought you were going after... Ah, I guess you lost their trail.
We went to Cyrus's house. No one was there. Sino got there before us, but he was long gone by the time we arrived.
He didn't say where he was going?
No, he left us a letter and told us not to go after him.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Typical Sino. Anyway, some updates on progress on our end. I drew the emblem from memory again, but in more detail this time.
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the general form and certain details were clear enough to confirm a match.
Yeah, and we're lucky we found anything at all. It turns out the emblem was all but lost to history. We scoured the entire Academia collection, and that book was the only one with a record of the motif.
Meanwhile, Arav managed to get Uraka to disclose his source. The one who told him about Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert. According to Uraka, he had a striking presence and was well educated.
Apparently, the two met in the tavern over a game of cards. The guy claimed to be in the city for business as part of a merchant caravan. Uraka was intrigued when he heard what his new acquaintance had to say and brought up the idea of extorting Cyrus for Mora. The guy encouraged him to go ahead with it, then handed him some pen and paper to write the letter.
I see. So it could be that this person planted the paper intentionally.
So, how do we find this guy? Did Uraka say where he is?
He doesn't know. He claims not to have seen him since that day in the tavern. The man gave him some tips on how to carry out the extortion, but from then on, Uraka was acting alone.
Nephis and Arav have gone to meet the Core of 30 and review the city's entry and exit records. Also, Nephis admitted that the Temple of Silence in the Academia is just a facade. The true Temple of Silence once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the Academia, but as time went by, the sages gradually became corrupt and foolish. The Temple of Silence felt that they could no longer trust the Academia and ended the partnership. They retreated back to the desert about 400 years ago. Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization and belief system. They traveled throughout Sumeru, sequestering and guarding any wisdom that posed a threat to the people's livelihoods. At its roots, it was a legitimate and reputable organization whose purpose was to guide people towards the right path.
The Academia of the day knew that the split would damage their reputation if it became a matter of public knowledge. And so, they set up a dummy organization of their own to conceal the truth.
Not only that, but they managed to keep up the charade for hundreds of years!
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence if they left centuries ago?
I'll bet that's the question that bothered Sino. Probably why he went after him in such a rush.
Whoever is behind this, getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal in doing so was for Cyrus to see the emblem on the letter.
He must have recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to take care of the whole thing by himself. Unfortunately for him, Sino had other plans.
Since the desert is where the Temple of Silence originated, that is in all likelihood where Cyrus went.
I have to go after him.
Really? Are you sure that's a good idea, with how you respond to the heat? Why don't we send someone else?
I should be fine, as long as I bring plenty of water. Besides, I just can't shake this ominous feeling that if we don't catch up to them soon...
Everyone, I have news from the Core of 30.
Master!
Oh, so that's Nafis, Tainari's master? Oh, we're finally getting to meet him in person!
It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler in Paimon. Several independent eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra Sino leaving the city at different times. Both were heading in the direction of Caravan Ribat. I was going to suggest that you join forces with the Core of 30 in this case, however, As I'm sure you've already heard from Alhaitham and Kaveh, the Temple of Silence is involved. The Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history that I am ashamed to talk about. It may well be that no better choice was available to them, but those actions are nonetheless a stain on our legacy. I won't attempt to make you understand the Academia's perspective. Now is the time for action.
I understand where you're coming from, Master. But I'm afraid the situation might be more complicated than we thought. I think we need to keep a low profile, or risk making things worse.
Good point. If Cyrus is involved with the other side, or worse, if he's fallen into their hands, and... Everyone, we have to get Cyrus and Sino back safely. We cannot afford to lose them.
Need our help? Whatever you need, we got you covered.
Really? Wonderful. You have my most sincere gratitude. Arav and I will continue to follow up on the lead from Uraka. Kaveh, Scribe Alhaitham, I'd like to ask you to cover the duties of the House of Dana. Tighnari, you're planning to go into the desert, correct?
I am. Kaveh, I'll be okay. You stay behind to help Master and Alhaitham.
Well, if you're sure... Okay. But be careful.
Thank you all. Arav, let's go.
You'd better get moving. Don't forget to ask for help when you need it.
Will do. Let's go, Tighnari. Hopefully we can catch up with Sino before it's too late.
Knowing him, he's probably covered a fair distance already, but we still have a shot. Let's take it. Too slow.
Okay, we made it to Caravan Ribat. Where should we go next? Maybe we should ask the nearby guards if they've seen anything.
Hold on. Look over there.
Is that Dia?
You sure you want to brave the desert alone? I mean, it's your choice at the end of the day, but still.
It's not my first time. I'll be fine.
Sino.
If you're really going to go through with this, then at least take our advice. When you're packing for your trip, budget for 5 days more than you planned.
Makes sense. Okay, I'll go get ready.
Thought we might find you here. You're trying to retrace Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Didn't I tell you not to come after me? I thought I had a good lead on you.
Well, sorry, but we never agreed to that. Why would you go off on your own like this?
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation. And I'd rather not involve anyone else if I can help it.
Takes a special kind of person to get Sino chasing them all the way out to Caravan Ribat. But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Why can't you reveal his name? Is he Sumeru's most wanted or something? Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
Dia and Candace! So nice to see you. Actually, seeing all of our friends is the whole reason we're here.
You're looking well. Glad to see it. Candace and I came to Caravan Rebot on business. We ran into Sino as he was asking about some elderly gentleman's whereabouts. Some people say they saw him. Guess he stood out as an older guy heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow and very few supplies. That's gotta be one heck of a story there.
Sino, it's okay if you can't tell us anything about the case, but let us know how we can support you. We're here to help however you need. The more people we have working on this, the quicker we'll be able to find the person you seek.
No, it's not that simple. If I'm right, he'll be doing everything he can to avoid us.
We spoke with Zaha Hadid. From what she said, it's pretty clear that he wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find him in the desert when he's deliberately trying to cover his tracks.
Sounds like this is far more complex than we imagined.
Still, if he started from Caravan Rebot, the chances are that his route took him past our village. You may as well ask if anyone there has seen him.
My thanks to you both. Once this is resolved, I will find a way to repay you.
Come on. No need to get all serious. Just buy a round of drinks next time we're all in the city or something.
That's a deal.
All right, so, you all set?
Yes, we'll handle it from here. Thank you again for your help. I don't take it for granted.
All right, then we'll leave you to it. Just remember, if you change your mind and need some reinforcements, we'll be here.
And don't think you'd be imposing. You can depend on us.
Don't worry, we'll keep him out of trouble.
Hold on. There's a few things I'd like to clear up.
Go on.
So, after you left the campsite, we had a longer talk.
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise me at all that the one in the academia is a fake.
Do you have any connection with the Temple of Silence?
I do. I trust you're all aware of the spirit that gives me my power. Hermanubis, the original founder of the Temple of Silence. Due to my unique constitution, I was put through a number of trials in the desert when I was younger. Later, I met the professor, and he brought me to Sumeru City. But my memory of that time is hazy. I can't recall much. It's a good thing that Kaveh noticed the emblem on the letter. Without that, I don't know if we would have connected the dots and realized there was more to this case than mere extortion. I did not recognize that symbol at all. Whether that's because I've never seen it, or because my memory fails me, it's hard to say.
Yeah, you're right. Thank goodness for Kaveh, and for Alhaitham's diligence during his time as acting Grand Sage.
But Cyrus must have recognized it right away, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any qualms about you reporting it. Oh, maybe his connection to the Temple of Silence goes even deeper than yours.
I suspect so too. Professor has never once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the concept of spirit indwelling, he avoids going into any depth.
Well, speaking of avoiding things, you do realize, don't you, now that we've caught up with you, you're stuck with us for the rest of the way.
I am aware. And I have accepted it. Or rather, I don't see how I could manage to ditch you en route, so I might as well accept that you're coming with me.
That's right. Fact is, we're coming with you whether you like it or not, so the best option now is to try to look out for each other. Ha!
Fair enough. Then at least let me buy you a drink once we're back in the city.
Works for me. All right, Off we go. Let's start by seeing what the guards here can tell us.
Hello. Mahamatra Sino? I'm looking for someone. So I'd like to confirm any recent foot traffic in and out of Aru Village. A man matching that description passed by Aru Village not too long ago. He stopped by to load up on food and water and feed his sumpter beast, then he was on his way. Where was he going? Let me think. He took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while, and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water. He said he was headed somewhere near an oasis, but he didn't mention which one. Do you have a map? I can mark out the direction he was heading and the best routes to any nearby oases.
I have one. Mark away.
Great. There you go. Thank you so much. You were a great help.
You've got a really good memory.
Ah, you're quite welcome. Just doing my job. Best of luck. I hope you find him soon. Hold on. I see some people over there.
Do you think it's safe to ask them what they know?
Should be. I'll go.
No. I'll do it.
Huh? Why can't Sino go talk to them? What difference does it make?
Given my background, appearance, and the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here. Just in case, it's probably better to let a more neutral party handle things.
Ah, hello there. I hope I'm not interrupting. My friend and I are looking for an elderly man who's gone missing around these parts. Any chance I could ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to know?
I'm just wondering if you've seen him. Let me give you the details.
So, a silver-haired guy in a long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes, and he's traveling alone.
He'd stand out like a sore thumb around here.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we saw him.
He's looking behind me.
Uh-oh. That guy's looking our way.
Your friend over there stands out a lot, too. Hey! Aren't you Sino, the General Mahamatra?
Yes, that's me.
You don't seem surprised that I recognized you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the old man who's gone missing, aren't you?
I have a bad feeling about this guy.
Someone's on edge. You don't trust me much, do you? No need to hide it. I understand why you're wary of us. Still, you came to us asking for help. Do you want it or not?
I thought you were a group of merchants. Seems I was mistaken.
Your henchmen don't look like much. But something tells me they put up a better fight than most mercenaries.
Hey! Hear that, guys? You're my henchmen now.
Suits me, as long as I get paid for it.
Just cut to the chase already. I'm running out of patience.
All right. Come with me. All of you. Don't you want to find your friend? A silver-haired, long-robed, culture type with thoughtful eyes? Sounds like there's a whole other side to Cyrus I didn't know about.
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him.
Quit following me.
And here.
What? Where are you looking? There's nothing here!
Please, step back.
Whoa! Something's coming out of the ground!
What is this enormous building doing here?
And how was it so well hidden? King Deshret's technology?
Wait, so... Hold on, who are you guys really?
Is this the Temple of Silence? So you're a member?
All good questions. There'll be plenty of time to address them later.
This is not what Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right next to an oasis. Ooh, Paimon's scared. They must have kidnapped Cyrus. Do you think this is the guy Raka met in the tavern?
What's wrong? Thinking about your professor?
I just hope for your sake you haven't done anything you might regret.
Me too. Hope I haven't done anything to incur your wrath.
The wind rises. Too slow. Quit following me. Upon the gale. Quit following me. Squall and fury.
All right. You can wait here for now. I'll inform our leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence. Sit tight until he comes to greet you.
So he's just gonna leave us here unattended? Maybe we're not being kidnapped after all.
They can't have been at the oasis by chance. They were waiting for us. Whoever the leader is here, they were obviously counting on us showing up.
So this is the Temple of Silence. After leaving the rainforest, they hid themselves here?
Hey, look! That guy's coming back.
Don't worry. Someone will come and call for you soon.
What's your name?
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sethos. I'll be here if you need me, but I'm not planning on answering all of your questions. Other than that, you can occupy yourselves however you see fit.
So we're free to explore by ourselves?
Yep. I mean, I'm not worried about you running off. Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood, you're all quite anxious to see him again.
He's right. Well, if we've got some time, we might as well take a look around.
Hey, Sethos! Have you got some time to chat?
Sure. Although, I'm assuming by chat, you mean you have questions for me? Not often. The Temple of Silence is a place of quiet and solitude. We don't get too many visitors. What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person before?
I've lived in the desert my whole life. Guess you could say I've never had the pleasure.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like this guy's not being straight with us?
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem. And it was his own choice. Nope. Not once.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this world. Spies? It's not as clandestine as... Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem. And it was his own choice to take the bait. What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person before?
I've lived in the desert my whole life. Guess you could say I've never had the pleasure.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like this guy's not being straight with us?
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the... Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Of course, Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem, and it was his own choice to take the bait. What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person before?
I've lived in the desert my whole life. Guess you could say I've never had the pleasure.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like this guy's not being straight with us?
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the answers up front, you'll have nothing left to look forward to. Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem, and it was his own choice. What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him. So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in person before?
I've lived in the desert my whole life. Guess you could say I've never had the pleasure.
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like this guy's not being straight with us?
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the answers... Nope, not once.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this world. Spies? It's not as clandestine as that. The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in. You can find out all you need to know just by walking around town and hearing the word on the street. Yes, that was me. Although tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. The letter just said that he had uncovered Cyrus's secret. It didn't say what secret. Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. Not much of an original thinker, though. It doesn't surprise me that he struggles academically.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem, and it was his own choice to take the bait. Mm-hmm.
Too slow. I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed through these parts before, but never noticed anything.
That's King Deshret's technology for you, I guess. It borders on the miraculous. Amazing to think that it's been preserved intact all this time.
We should be wary of our hosts. Still, at this point, we can be confident that the professor is safe and sound, so that's something.
Here he is. Grandfather, the person you wish to see is here.
Well done, Sethos. Greetings, one and all. I am Ba Moon, the current leader of the Temple of Silence. I know why you are here, and I thank you for your patience. Bring him out.
Professor!
Cyrus, are you okay?
Ah!
Watch what you're doing!
Oh, my apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. But you must understand, Cyrus is of great importance to us. We had to find a way to bring him back to us. Cyrus owes me his life, and to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude. I let him go a long time ago, but now, the time has come to demand payment.
I wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones before you caught up with me. But you got here so quickly. Just leave, Sino. This is a matter between us two old men. You're all too young to get involved.
So that's why you didn't want to report the letter. You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning. You only left in such a hurry to try and throw us off your trail.
Some things in life catch up with you, no matter what you do. You shouldn't have come. That alone brought the others.
Sino didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did. To rescue you. We'd appreciate you telling us the truth. Otherwise, it seems a little unfair on everyone who had to stay behind.
My secrets are secret for good reason. Bringing them to light can only lead to misfortune.
You're afraid, aren't you? You can't bring yourself to speak of your past deeds to the students you nurtured as if they were your own children. You recognized our emblem because for many years you lived among us. Indeed, you all but became one of us. You knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Uraka, were the ones speaking to you. It threatened you only because you know what you did. Your own guilt convicted you. For you, Cyrus, are a traitor. You once shared your learning with us, and joined us in our mission to revive the might of Hermanubis, to bring new hope, new opportunity. But then you betrayed us. You bargained for your independence with your past contributions. And then you left, taking with you Hermanubis' might and the wielder of his power. We both know what I said to you that day. That as the leader, I grant you permission to leave, but that one day, the sands of time will catch up with you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really know how to hold a grudge.
Hermanubis' might? And the wielder of his power?
Does he mean you?
Professor, anything to say?
The moon is right. I came here once before. He rescued me from the brink of death once, many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he invited me to come here and revive the might of Hermanubis together. It was a great, daring plan, and one shrouded in secrecy. The Temple of Silence had been bereft of Hermanubis for too long. The strength of its faith and its warriors were waning. Bamoon proposed that we implant bar fragments, shards of Hermanubis, into the bodies of suitable vessels. If the experiment was successful, the spirit of Hermanubis would then dwell within the vessel. Many believers volunteered themselves for the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adults could not withstand Hermanubis' power. In the end, Bamoon offered his own adoptive grandson. One other child was identified as a suitable vessel, and his parents agreed to release him into our custody in exchange for a small fortune. These two children were our only hope for hosting Hermanubis' power.
For many years, the Temple of Silence had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from Hermanubis. As remnants of his raw power, they were exceedingly rare treasures. The test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony, and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been amplified. If, after some time, this power did not repel them, this would mean that they were suitable vessels. The original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation. The resonance stage went quite smoothly for both candidates. As the 2nd stage began, I realized a decision had to be made. Should we implant the fragments one at a time? This would allow us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan accordingly. Or alternatively, we could implant each fragment in a different vessel at the same time and compare their effects. But as I was deliberating, both Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted right away, they would disintegrate and be gone from the world for good. Our two vessels had both displayed great promise by successfully resonating with the fragments. Under the circumstances, the thought of implanting both fragments into the same vessel seemed out of the question. To preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them with a single fragment.
Ultimately, I ended the experiment and left, taking one of the children with me.
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. Your lives were spared, but I have paid a great price for your betrayal ever since. I have always wanted to see you, Sino. Losing you and your Ba fragment dealt us a devastating blow. We've been in decline ever since you left.
I see. So that's how I gained my power.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. If you want to take my life, then so be it. I'm an old man now anyway. But you cannot lift a finger against Sino. He is the General Mahamatra. Your actions would be seen as a declaration of war against the Academia.
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Sino, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
You'd like me to return my power?
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim it.
That power is not yours to reclaim. Sino was chosen by the gods. You cannot take what they have bestowed.
You are wrong. Sino was chosen, but he was not the only one. My child, Sethos, has the same gift as he.
So those are your terms for freeing the professor?
Despise me all you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is because of my foolishness all those years ago that the Temple's glory has waned. And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back then.
So what you're saying is, the power of one Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be implanted in him instead?
Divine power causes great suffering to those who wield it. How do you know that Sethos would be able to withstand it?
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear, and your objections mean little given that you turned your back on us long ago.
Both my heart and mind are telling me that what you are proposing is a terrible idea. However...
Don't listen to him, Sino. That power is no more yours to give than it is his to take. You have to understand.
I know. But if this is a question of your freedom versus a fragment of power, then... there is nothing to debate.
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions here that still need addressing. Say that Sino refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then, we are at an impasse. I find it hard to believe that you went to all this effort without planning for that possibility. You're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my stance is, put the rest of your cards on the table. Then we can have a discussion.
Wait, those ears... So, we have a descendant of the Valukashuna in our midst. Splendid! Fate smiles upon us after all. Everything we have longed for, Hermanubis will provide. Perhaps this very day we'll...
crying so much? He looks like he's in really bad shape.
Pamoon, you...
Take our leader back to his room.
Sethos, you must...
Grandfather, I know what you wish to say. Leave this in my hands. I don't like to drag out conversations, so I'll just cut to the chase. Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago, the plan would most likely have been a success. The wisdom of Hermanubis would have been ours. Still, it's no use talking about what-ifs. We cannot change the past. I'm not like my grandfather. The Temple of Silence has a grand legacy and a sacred duty to fulfill. So it's somewhat inevitable for the leader to have an inflated sense of self. But I see things a little differently. I don't believe the temple has the same stature that it once did. Time has worn away at its prestige and changed things almost beyond recognition. So I'm not going to force your hand. You're all free to leave. Except for Cyrus. My grandfather gave him his chance once, and now I'm giving the rest of you yours.
You have courage and wise judgment, kid. Reminds me a lot of Pamoon in his younger years. I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the academia of today. You've been to the city yourself. I'm sure you've seen that much has changed for the better, and things will only continue to improve. Why not consider cooperating with the academia once more?
If you hadn't betrayed my grandfather, I might well be open to persuasion. But it's a bit too late for that now, Cyrus.
Tighnari made a good point earlier. He said there has to be more to your plan than this, and I agree. All you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him out of a sense of guilt. I am the one who has a choice to make. And that's how it was always going to be. Ultimately, you want to trade the Ba fragment for the professor, correct?
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious consideration.
I won't forsake my professor. Nor do I intend to run from a problem that I must face sooner or later. Give me one night to make my decision.
That works. Then I'll be waiting to hear your verdict, Sino. Oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to say to Cyrus, so I'll be escorting him back now.
Are you sure about negotiating with him?
I need to think this through. Everyone, let's meet again later tonight. Until then, take some time for yourself.
Alright, well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Sino. If you need any help working things out, just come and find us.
Quit following me. The wind rises.
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, Professor Cyrus came to the desert knowing that he would almost certainly never return. He's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something. We won't get anywhere trying to convince him to escape.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing. Once Cyrus makes up his mind about something, he won't listen to reason.
So that's one thing. A few other things come to mind too. You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence, so on that, I don't have anything to add. My own memories of this place are hazy though. Probably something to do with the overpowering presence of the Ba fragments. That might explain why I suffered from constant headaches and fevers as a child. I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague images would appear in my mind. But I don't recall much, only bits and pieces. I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking back on it now, I suppose it was Herm Anubis' way of trying to encourage me, even if we couldn't communicate. The power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith. So if the will and might of Herm Anubis is a real, intangible thing, and they are its rightful worshippers, then...
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to...
No. I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru. But the temple has the right to make the final decision over its fate, since it belongs to one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. So I will challenge them head-on, and win the right to wield this power for myself, fair and square.
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence was originally founded by the ruling elite of the day. Traditionally, such organizations are bound by a strict and ancient code of nobility. Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rules. They talk about the importance of never dishonoring their tribal bonds, or the rules laid down by their ancestors. I think we could turn that to our advantage. Go back to them with a proposal of our own.
Wow, and just like that, we've turned the tables on them!
Looks like we have the same idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can, in terms that they cannot
Great. And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find Sethos. We'll tell him that I know a thing or two about medicine and would like to take a look at his grandfather's condition. Behold! The wind rises. Too slow. Too slow.
Sethos, let's talk.
Have you made up your mind?
We'll get to that, but first, I have some degree of medical training, so I was wondering if you might let me take a look at your grandfather?
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors here. I doubt you'll be able to tell us anything we don't already know.
Only one way to find out.
Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb him.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite grave. I'm sure that your physicians have come to the same conclusion. He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated over the years by the heavy burden of work and now by the effects of old age. Regretfully, I must inform you that, based on what I've seen with patients in a similar condition, he doesn't have long left. A few days at most.
Yeah. I've known for a long time.
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. But you also see things differently. You have a broader range of concerns and a more pragmatic approach. So tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find a way to bring all this to a resolution while Bamoon is still alive to see it. That's what really matters to you. I know it.
Yeah, there's no time to waste here. You know that better than anyone.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now. Both of you have a very different perspective from the men who raised you.
Right. And you didn't create this situation. They did, but somehow you've ended up having to make the tough decisions.
You're right. We both look at this problem very differently than the people we inherited it from. I accept, Sino. This all began because of Hermanubis, so let's end it with the rite he himself created. Legend has it that when Hermanubis first arrived in Tuletula, he sparred with the city's residents. He and his two companions proved their mettle by fighting over several days, winning the support of many fine people. That group of supporters were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence, and the sparring matches were enshrined as one of our founding rites, the rite of duels. It's where it all began.
Sounds very fitting. I'm in.
As a fellow vessel of Hermanubis, your ties to the Temple of Silence run deep. So I will permit you to participate in this rite, along with your chosen companions.
3 against 3. Sounds good.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your fights to win. And Sino, both of us must put our Ba fragment on the line. The winner takes them both. Letting Cyrus leave with one of the Ba fragments was a mistake, made by my grandfather out of pity. It is a long-standing issue that must be addressed for the Temple of Silence to move forward. I can make no concessions on that front.
None needed. We're on the same page. If I win, the Temple of Silence must release Cyrus, and consider this past dispute resolved. If you win, I'll return my power to you.
It's a deal. Then let's meet at the ceremonial hall tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock.
Behold! Well, after how that went, there's definitely no turning back now.
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment the professor slipped away to return to the desert.
You have to win. You need this power, both as General Mahamatra and for yourself.
Yeah, that's right! Besides, it stayed with you ever since you were a small child. Surely that's a sign it thinks of you as its rightful owner.
Both as General Mahamatra and for myself. Yeah, when you put it that way, I've had to overcome a lot to tame this power and claim it for myself. Not everyone could have done that.
Exactly!
The Traveler and I will never lose.
And neither shall I. The desert was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons, fell out with the civilization of the rainforest. It's just as Dia said. Prejudice has pushed people apart. But there must be personal factors at work here too. I can't shake the feeling that Bamoon cares for many more things than he lets on. And I don't think that Sethos is any kind of villain. He's just doing what he thinks is best. Tomorrow, everything will be resolved.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation just to occupy silence. Too slow. Squall and Fury! The wind rises. Following me. Behold! Too slow.
We gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels, with the greatest of all sages, Lord Hermanubis, as our witness, for his power and authority is present in our midst. This is our most sacred of ceremonies, and no disruption from the audience shall be tolerated. It is incumbent upon all to observe the duel with the utmost respect and reverence throughout the proceedings. Representing the Temple of Silence, the Defenders.
Grandfather, you're here.
A rite of duels after all these years. I am surprised by your decision, Sethos.
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather. Just leave it to me.
Representing the Academia, the Challengers.
Ready. We will fight to have our voices heard.
Warriors, take your positions and decide on the order of battle. We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor what will become of the defeated duelists. Duelists, the might of Hermanubis himself is at stake here. Now, fight. Fight until the rightful victor is proclaimed!
Huh? Are you sure?
I agree. She's very strong. Sending her out first will definitely intimidate the opposing side.
Okay, then you're second.
Sure.
We have decided.
So have we. Let's begin.
Duelists of the first bout, please step forward.
Don't forget, safety first! Hey, you there! You better play nice with her, or Paimon will make you regret it!
Little bit too much chatter from the audience over there.
Hey!
A swift end to the first bout. I now invite the duelists of the second bout to please step forward. When you're both ready, you may begin.
Let's begin.
Watch out!
Go!
He drank plenty of water before the bout, so he should be fine.
Keep up. I'll uproot you! Ra! Sia! Chika! Ra! Oh! Ta! Ta! Sia! Yeah! Ta! One with the force! Chika! Yeah! Yeah! Ra! Ta! Sa! Chika! Yeah! Sa! Let's nip that in the bud. One thing after another. Keep up.
Thus ends the second bout. We will now move to the third bout. Duelists, please step forward.
I'm ready.
So am I.
This is the final stage of the rite. I remind you both that the terms you agreed upon in advance are binding. When you're both ready, you may begin.
I am Sethos, vessel of Hermanubis, grandson of Bamoon, the leader of the Temple of Silence. For many years, we have kept our covenant with Lord Hermanubis by guarding the secrets of King Deshret. And even in our darkest hour, when we could not see a way forward, we chose not to abandon hope, but to embark on a brave new experiment so that we might prevail. We earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing to see his spirit and his light descend upon us. Now, I will fight to become the rightful wielder of that power!
I am Sino, General Mahamatra of the Academia, student and successor of Cyrus, the Sage of Spantamad. I fight in defense of my power, my professor, and my nation. And you, I think you left some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel, and Hermanubis is watching. So bare your soul.
Everyone, old and young, fit and frail, they're all waiting to see how this duel will end. My grandfather is a wise leader. He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid to get blood on his hands. I understand his beliefs well, and I know what he expects of me. But our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, I went to the rainforest once, and I saw for myself the people of the city. Times have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. I thought about this as I stood at one of the tallest points in the city, gazing down at the streets below. Then I thought of you, Sino. You and I both wield the same power, but the lives we lead could not be more different. Each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might, glory, one of many other secrets that have yet to be revealed. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another. But maybe it's that you've found your answer, and I am still searching for mine.
I am more than just a warrior. I am my own person.
Exactly.
The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us, shaped the course of our lives. We are his vessels, and yet we are more besides. So show me your answer, Sino. Show me I can be more than my faith, more than the power I wield. Show me the person I can become! Bring it on!
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer? Fight's over. Do you yield?
You won.
Well then, looks like you found your answer.
give his glory to you.
I've seen that light. That is the light of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his will lives on. Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve the god king Al-Ahmar. After the death of the god king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tynarian priests and led them to the city of Tule-Tula. There, they founded the Temple of Silence, and from that day forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization. Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization. Only the wise city of Tule-Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tynarians. But peace did not last. Coveting the knowledge of King Deshret, the beasts set their eyes on Tule-Tula. The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to surrender to him the Temple of Silence as proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city. They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple was the true cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our Lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay. To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers. With this power, the temple was able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us. In the end, the people of the temple and the Tule-Tula Tynarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule-Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert. And we wandered from place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission. Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
How is it? Do you feel okay?
Grandfather.
Hey, Sethos. You'll get through this.
I know. I'll miss him.
I guess you were prepared for this. It's been a long time coming, huh?
Yeah, he's been on death's door for a very long time now. I think it was only through sheer willpower that he managed to hold on to this point. At least, he was able to see this chapter come to a close before he passed.
What's next for you?
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the largest number of Hermanupis fragments. That entitles you to be our new leader, Sino.
But that's never going to work, as I'm sure you realize. I'm the General Mahamatra. I am needed back at the Academia. I did foresee this possibility, and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about the staff, records, and environment here. As such, I am ill-suited to be your leader. Sethos, I believe the honor should go to you. Were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now. I'm sure Bamoon never meant for anyone but you to be his successor.
You really think so?
I do.
Still, I didn't think Bamoon looked very surprised by the final result. Perhaps he had an inkling that this would be the way things end.
Well, in any case, since the Ba fragments are with me now, I guess I can call the shots. Sethos, I would like you to succeed Bamoon as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more suited to the role than I, and I have complete faith that you will be an excellent leader. Just think of it as doing me a favor.
But doesn't that render everything that we've been through up to now meaningless?
No, it doesn't. This experience has allowed us to become friends, which means that the Academia and the Temple of Silence will become partners once more. That's a much bigger deal than you might think, Sethos. You said yourself, times have changed. You have to believe that things can change for the better here at the temple too.
I will try. To be honest, I couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
Actually, part of me wonders whether Bamoon's intentions from the very beginning was just to create enough pressure to force us towards a duel. That way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment, and the power of Hermanubis would be concentrated in one single person. Had you won, the Temple of Silence would have doubled its strength. And were I to win, he correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple, much less integrate the temple into the Academia by force. He knew that the temple's future would depend not just on the guidance of Hermanubis, but the support of the Academia too. So he made it his responsibility to ensure his successor would be free from the burdens of the past. His plan meant that whoever ended up succeeding him, they would have an easier time interacting with the Academia. With one single letter, he lured out the professor. No matter what happened after that, it would result in a net benefit to the temple.
And here I thought the General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivial details. You're absolutely right. Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to mend our relationship with the Academia. In that sense, the right of duels was just a means to an end. Thank you for everything, Sino. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those that you and Lesser Lord Kusanali deem worthy, I will grant the honor of access to the Temple of Silence for their pursuit of knowledge. The Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization, more than any other organization in existence today. In times when you need information that only we can provide, we will be here to support you. But you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates, lest you lead humanity to repeat the same mistakes. By the way, Tainari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a descendant of the Veluca Shuna, and we are the heirs to the will of Hermanubis. The story goes that King Deshret chose the sage Hermanubis from among the Tainarians and appointed him as his familiar. He went on to fight many valiant battles with his Tainarian companions. They always stood by each other, from the founding of the Temple of Silence to the fall of Tuletula. The Tainarians who left Tuletula joined their human counterparts in the rainforest. A few centuries later, when some of the group returned to the desert, many of the Tainarians chose to stay and put down roots in the rainforest. In all likelihood, those were your ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned that I was named after the Tainarians, but I never knew that my forebears had such a history with the Temple of Silence.
I like this story.
By the way, has anyone seen Cyrus?
Yes, Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather's room. He wouldn't show it in front of me, but I think he still has many fond memories of my grandfather.
If it's true that you and your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way, then I guess he didn't really resent Cyrus as much as he appeared to.
Who knows? Perhaps all of us. You, me, and Cyrus. We're all just pawns in my grandfather's plan to set things straight. He was awful like that.
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali, and arrange for an official delegation from the Academia to come and meet you in the desert. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, please come and visit the rainforest again. You should stay for a few days this time, and start to build some relationships. If we're going to work together, both sides have to get to know one another better.
I will. All right, well, bye for now, everyone. I'll be seeing you.
See you soon. Come hang out with us anytime.
Quit following me. Too slow. following me. Following me. Squall and Fury.
Soon, so I can go home.
What were you thinking gallivanting off into the desert alone at your age? What if you take the bucket, You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs, and left everyone scrambling frantically to try and figure out how on earth to clean up the colossal mess you'd made.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling? What other choice did I have?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown like some hot-headed 20-year-old adventurer? A one-man suicide mission, That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it? It astounds me that you survived the journey, and you're lucky that Ba Moon didn't finish you off when you arrived.
All right, all right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wished you'd been there to lend him a hand. Does it mean nothing to you that I'm your colleague and former classmate?
I've got nothing more to say. What's the point of berating an old bag of bones?
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh-and-blood hero who, despite his old age, saved our General Mahamatra from being stripped of his powers. Okay, look. Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make it up to you? What about, a month's work at the Academia?
1 month? Try 3.
Inari's master is really laying into Cyrus. Let's give them a wide berth.
Professor brought this on himself. Don't pay any attention to him.
Wow, I haven't seen Master get this riled up in a long time. The last time he chewed someone out like this must have been back when I was still a student.
I think I'll go around and update everyone, tell them the situation's resolved. Want to come with me? We can go for dinner afterwards. My treat. You in?
Makes sense. I'm in.
Paimon's coming too! Let's go!
Hey, Kale.
Ah, you're back! Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what has been going on the past few days? I heard you all ran off into the desert and got embroiled in a major catastrophe.
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. How could you be so careless? That goes for you as well. Yes, and you too. When you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block. Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me? And let's not forget, I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. It's not the first time that I've had to talk to you about this sort of thing either. You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved. Do I make myself clear? Because if you don't,
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. All right, guess it's time to play my ace in the hole. Say, Madam Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but I was just wondering, remember that time you offered to give me a tour of the academia? Does that offer still stand?
Huh? Wait, did I hear that right? Kale, you remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on. Madam Farazan will show you around the old classrooms.
Poor Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan acting like some sort of official academia tour guide.
Kale! Cup.
Huh? What? Oh, right!
What do you mean, cup? You need a cup. I can get you a cup.
Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tainari and I used it while we were in school, and it's become something of a family tradition now.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. 2 people left. Let's bring them along too.
Behold! Relax.
Please show me your credentials before bowing.
Too slow. Squall and Fury.
Am I hallucinating? Or do I see Kaveh and Alhaitham engaged in diligent studying?
We're just reorganizing all the books we used. Look, there's a whole mountain of them.
There's no rush. Nobody reads these books anyway.
My sincere thanks to you both.
Yes, with your help, we resolved the issue rather swiftly and painlessly. And the outcome was better than we could have hoped for.
I see. The Temple of Silence resorted to rather unique means of self-preservation. It explains how they managed to remain hidden for so many years.
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well. I'd love to go check those out if I ever had the chance.
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization, and we'll be sure to maintain good relations with them in the future. Now, as a token of my appreciation, I'd like to treat everyone to coffee.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds great. Although after the last few days, I don't know if I can handle another coffee, but I can just order something else.
Sure. Let's go.
Behold!
Too slow. The wind rises. Squall and Fury. Quit following me. Too slow. Quit following me.
Behold!
And then the Traveler just pounced on their opponent and knocked him right out cold. Then there was Tighnari. He put up an amazing fight too. We ended up winning all 3 bouts. Whoa. Part of me wishes I'd been there to see it, but I'd have been biting my nails off worrying about you guys.
A truly edifying account of the events. Bereft of detail, but it has livened up the room all the same.
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy details. The Traveler just pounced and then waved their sword like this, then spun around and blocked.
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him. That's very dignified of you, Sino.
Of course. Being dignified comes with being a true champion.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty unique experience.
Yeah! Huge place! It felt like something right out of an epic poem! Imagine this. It was like there was...
Maybe save that one for later, Paimon. Dessert's here.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop off at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should probably finish putting all those books back.
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
I should get going as well. See you all later. Make sure you get some good rest tonight.
I need to Sino say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work processes. So, I gotta dash too.
Kale's come a long way. She's much more confident at dealing with other people these days.
Everyone's a work in progress. You never stop learning.
Yeah, true.
That was good. It feels like everything's finally wrapped up now. Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done. And also, those desserts Sino got, they were really good. Paimon definitely needs more of those in the future.
Do you three have anything planned for the rest of the day? If not, would you come somewhere with me? That's a secret for now. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise.
Okay, I think I can guess what you're talking about. It'll definitely be a nice surprise.
Well, now Paimon's curious. Come on, let's go.
The wind rises.
Been a while since I last made my way up here.
Wow, look at this place! We're so high up!
Need any help? As you wish.
It's a nice spot, isn't it?
What a great view! We're so high up, we can see for miles!
Traveler. Turn around. This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends. When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. I was quite young then, and hadn't made too many friends yet. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Who am I? Why do I have this power? And what should I be fighting for? Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world. That was my experience. And I'm sure Sethos will figure things out in his own time, too.
You two really are like brothers.
I feel the same way. Of course. I see no need to be humble when it comes to the facts.
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. Sino accidentally dropped a fruit. Luckily, he has fast reflexes, so he caught it just in time.
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers again.
those were good times. I kinda miss the student life.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine Sino doing something like that, but for some strange reason, the mental image is coming through clear as day.
Then make it stop. There's somebody there. It's Professor Cyrus. You guys carry on without me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Huh? Hey, you're not supposed to jump down! Be careful!
Oh my days. I can't believe how stupid I look in this one.
Professor, what are you muttering to yourself about?
Sino. Just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found in some old notebooks?
Some old photos?
Can you believe it? This notebook was just sitting in a pile of odds and ends in the Sage's office. I must have forgotten to take it with me, and no one's touched it since. It was still right there. I was at the Academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around and just happened to cross it. Oh, time flies. Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still a kid.
You look quite young yourself in that one. Ah, it's this one. I remember that. Lisa took it, didn't she?
Yep. Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to make me look so unbelievably hideous?
And this one. Looks like we're both dozing off.
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos of us without our knowledge.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
Like what? Like, these are good photos, aren't they? Hey, at moments like this, I hardly know where to begin. I can't pretend I'm a good person. But Moon had every reason to despise me. And well, so do you if you feel the same way.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you wanted me to say? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with them again. And other times, I dream of the day they saved my life. Oh, it was one of the happiest times of my life. We all learned so much from one another. You've matured so much over the years, I know.
Since you're my professor, I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave. So, I will do the right thing and keep my mouth shut.
Good thinking. Take your own advice next time. Seriously, why bully an old man like me? I thought heroes were supposed to be gracious. Hey, wait, how did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again. Just how many did she take?
Look how cute you were when you were little. I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh, I can't compete with you anymore. First you get better than me at the deadpan jokes, and now you're besting me at those little quips, too.
Don't say that. I still have a lot of respect for you.
That's more like it. Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go next week. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat Zaha Hadi.
Or you could find a real hobby, Professor.
Let's end this now! Let's end this now! Let's end this now! We'll meet again. We'll meet again. again. Fry! Picked the wrong test subject. You win. This
Finally,
To the ferry?
cut down.
Let's end this now!
Going somewhere?
Finally, I fall before me! The ferry? Fall before me! Let's end this now! Fall before me!
Cut down. This. Let's end this now! We'll...
Hip, hip, hip.
Going somewhere? Finally,
Fall before me! Fall before me! Ruin this.
Going somewhere? To the ferry?
Fall! Before me! Fall before me! Cut down like this.
Race you! Nice and spicy. Race you! Now I got stomach cramps.
Race you!
Adventurer.
Long sword in hand, and the world. Race you!
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward. Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job?
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
Huh? Then why did you say we were—
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
Well, that's us for sure.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information about his general appearance.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out. In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara Village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand,
but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
All right then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing. Race you! Race you! Race you! We made it to Vamara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy?
Hello there. Are you looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vamara Village.
Ah, so you're here about that, then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions. I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know? We just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
All right, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays, so genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village? There's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. All right, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more. If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
Squall and Fury. The wind rises. A
upon the gale.
It's the guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty. I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out. Well, Traveler, what do you think? Paimon thinks so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something. Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted—
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Squall Fury! Behold! Search forth!
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vamara village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others... Really? You know exactly how I feel? Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well... I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me. No matter what came my way, I knew I could always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure, and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore. I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to... The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, look at those hilly trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a... The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Squall Fury! The wind rises. Too slow. Unnecessary. Behold! Swollen fury. Behold! Quit following me. Swollen fury. Huh. Behold! Too slow.
You're toast! I'm going in! Now you shall perish! Absurd! Detached from the world.
Stream never off girl. Lol.
Cry loud! The wind rises. Upon the gale.
Pero tinta dito. Grind dito.
Quit following me.
तो टीम माइक ऑन करो ना.
Too slow. Quit following me.
What the
Swollen
fuck?
fury.
कुछ लकी जो तो कुछ करो.
Behold!
एक और एक बाप.
Too slow.
Shine down.
Vale, busca tu Discord aquí. Ahora quella se nella breve chat
Squall and fury.
Wait, আমার আমার কথা কি যাইতেছে স্ট্রিমে? তুই মরে যাইতেছিস? তুই মরে গেছিস? তুই পজ করছ না কেন? বালদা আবার উঠছে जाऊंगा एक तो पर खीर का लज़ावर का सेब का
Illusion shattered.
ओ अच्छा तू कीबोर्ड में माउस है
There is no escape.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
The wind rises.
वाटर का कहाँ वाटर का चीज का तो प्लीज स्टॉप कर ले बात
Illusion shattered. Teamwork is dreamwork.
डाली तो क्यूट है
Let's light it up. Shine down.
Nice and spicy.
क्यों हो रहा है हम रनिंग की एक्चुअली पावरफुल
You're falling into the abyss.
कुछ है
To oblivion. There is no escape.
अभी इटर जोन में ये नॉइज का यूज करी तो जब फील का तो ये करें
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved.
पूरा अपग्रेड करते बढ़ती है तो
We
हील
should
है
head back and check out the situation in Vilmara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble for the villagers.
तुम इसे की करो तुम ही जानो
Wait a second. The person.
और कि ये करो ना कि अल्लाह God damn.
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well, I'll leave you all to it then.
Shesh, Arekson
I should
reels
head back to the
yeah.
village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. See you later.
Yep, see you later, Atosa.
Bye.
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly
I'm
personal,
on
or
way.
intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Wow,
So you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally.
घूमता रहने हमारा
Are you not here for the same? No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilly trail activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilly trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss... And you shall have them. I
Dialogue
never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk. So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilly trail activity.
Right! That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you? I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedrfolnir, the Visionary. I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Kanria. The wise, Roptatir. The visionary, Vedrfolnir. Gold, Rhindaughter. The foul, Sertalogi. And Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertalogi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedrfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner...
They were once people of great esteem in Kanria. Those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness. Indeed, if they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world. Of course, as I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Docile and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
Wait! Then our commission here in Vimara Village. The person who seems to exist only in people's memories. Could it be connected?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
So
tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff. Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
A walk would be nice.
I wanna go try.
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here? Did something happen?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before. remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then!
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the mind.
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way. Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the Eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the Eye is still in our possession.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
Of course.
Off we go!
The wind rises.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Hey, wait up!
Squall and Fury.
First one, Anna. বাট এটা তো ড্যামেজ দেয় না, ড্যামেজ দেয় তেমন একটা।
Solidify!
Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Stabilize! I will have order!
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Squall and Fury.
Solidify!
Too slow. Quit following me. The wind rises.
Gather!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
Wretched vermin!
এই পানি ভর্তি বলে মেরে গেছি, কেমনটা লাগে।
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
ও আচ্ছা, ভাবি এটা যদি মনে করো এরকম জংলি টংলি বা ওর মতন যদি বড় ক্যারেক্টার হতো, লেদার না তাহলে কি করতে? হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, তারা দেখতেছি।
Ah, the door's open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Too slow.
ভালো হয়েছে তো, ওয়ান্ডার টাইম তোমার চলতে ফিরতে সুবিধা হইতেছে না।
Quick, the wind rises.
সারাদিন খালি উড়ে আনবে। आया तो डिप्रेशन ऐसे ना तो भी लाइक मुझे छोड़ कर तो तुम जाओगे।
Looks like we can't go any further.
মনে বহুত কথা কয় ভালো লাগলো
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Desolation!
That's far enough!
This is order.
Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Stabilize!
Everybody stand back!
Squall and Fury!
Torn to oblivion! There is no escape!
Order guide you.
Unsightly insects!
Let's light it up!
না বললাম ব্রেন একটু দিকে মার শিলটা ভেঙে গেল আর এটা
Let's light it up!
Solidify!
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see...
Dane? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place. The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer. I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
You risked your safety, and that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say, but if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
এখন কি মারামারি হবে নাকি? গোটাগুটি।
The Abyss Order's on the move! The ley lines are all out of whack! We better hurry back to Vimara. Hey, look at those hilly trails over there! Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
In the New World, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails in some way? Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else. Looks like the same thing is happening over here, too. The hilly trails are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered, softly. Sleep well, Father. Sleep. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the hilly trails have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late. Seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Huh? You know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadia. Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again? You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go up.
The wind rises. Too slow. Quit following me. Too slow.
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time. That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all. Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is. Good idea! That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
8 ঘন্টা হয়েছে 10 ঘন্টার বেশি করতে পারবে না
Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would
12 ঘন্টা
somehow
করছিল
give him
না
away?
আর আসে নাই তোমার 8 ঘন্টা চলে করতে পারবে না 8 ঘন্টা 12 মিনিট চলে ওটা আরো বেশি ফোন করে দরকার
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village.
12 ঘন্টার উপরে কি ভুল আসে না
Based on what we know so far, all the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara. If time was allowed to pass within the false memory...
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time... That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. Could it be? No. That doesn't seem right. We thought Chief No. The color of the...
Oh, right! That's exactly what Atosa described!
Oh, come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory. Yeah, that's where they'll be!
Squall Fury! Behold! Too slow. Quit following me. Squall Fury!
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman. You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Oh, right! This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet!
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
The founder of the Abyss Order. No. Dane's brother. No. Born into You're... Caribert Alberic.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw... the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her. But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
আবার বউ হয়ে গেছে কথা কয় না নিয়ে গেছে আরেকদিন কথা বলে এই তো শেষ হয়ে গেছে মামু মনে ওই দিন এটাই দেখাচ্ছিল বুঝলে
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world, after all, as you well know. It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this, and now, the time has finally arrived. Extreme sorrow and pain, hope and regret coursing through your veins, and a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the loom of fate, but despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the loom of fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the loom of fate. As for your question, the loom of fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines. In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But, as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower-level ability to influence memories. But it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world. Yes, I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life. Ah, that. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life. I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was Nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
যে সোল আর কি মানে সোলটা যে সাইসা কথা বলতেছে
I know.
বলো না ও তো আগে মরে গেছে
But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. I know. Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the Loom of Fate has already been completed. No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan. That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already. Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye. I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved. You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form. I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple, to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us. can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting all that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the loom of fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time. Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation? The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree? That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years. The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time. Before the heavenly principles awaken. Yes, for 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne, yes? Such a flagrant disregard for the rules, and still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger it. You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful. Even as a hilly churl, seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the heavenly principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. Lumine?
You're You're the only one in this world who calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together. You told me. You wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here. Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
10 ফুলে 3টা এরে কপাল আর আমি ইনলাইনের লিগে দিন বইরা পুল দিতেছি
Think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear.
আমাদের এখানে
He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
এটা ওই ক্লোরিনেটটা করছো?
Wait, really? What a score!
ক্লোরিনেটটা আমাকে ট্যাগ দেওয়া লাগে না, এটা কোনো হিস্টোরি কইছিল? মানে কি করে এটা সবার কাছে ভালো লাগছে, এটা দিছে ওরা এর জন্য যাতে সবাই ওই ফেরত আসে। হ্যাঁ, এটা করার জন্য ওরা ইচ্ছা করে দিছে, কিন্তু এখানে কিন্তু স্টোরি কিচ্ছু নাই। এটা স্টোরি কিন্তু ক্যালিবারের ওই যে হিলিট চলে আছে ওর স্টোরি।
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
ক্যালিবার
Bayram, you sure seem happy. Did something good
ওটা
happen?
বললাম ওরে নিয়ে ই করছে।
Something good?
স্টোরিটা ওরে নিয়ে বানাইছে।
Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. It looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long. Oh, and we also remembered his name, Curry Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner. Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Curry Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. Paimon wonders how Ito's is doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Furina ভালো Kokomi থেকে Behold Kokomi তো শুধু হিল এখন হিলের অতটা খাও নাই ওরা যে ক্যারেক্টার দিতেছে ক্যারেক্টার গুলো সম্পূর্ণ মানে আউটসাইড কোনো হিল দিতে পারে না ক্লোরিন
The wind rises.
ধরো তোমার অনলাইনে দেখে আমি এই জায়গায় আইটেম নিই তোমার ওয়ার্ল্ডে যাই একটু দূরে হই
Hey Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Curry Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important. He always seemed to appear out of nowhere, and now he left just as quickly. If Curry Bear wants me to forget about the time we spent together, then I'm willing to try. I relied on him for a lot of things, but I'm sure with enough time, even the deepest of attachments can fade. Okay, I'll admit, I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I? Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye? You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Curry Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now. Oh, right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Curry Bear? A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
আচ্ছা আমার কাছে ছটা আছে জীবনে হ্যাঁ শেষ আপাতত কাজ শেষ Don't tease me, I'm going out.
Quit following me. আমি চাইলে তোমার পুরো আটকে দিতে পারো ওই জায়গায় পরে গেম কাইটা আবার ঢুকতে হবে
Hey
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remembered what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly, I just... He always seemed to... If Kari Bear I relied on him for a lot of things. Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I? Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
History বেচারি করতেছে আর বলতেছি আমরা
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back.
Well, that should be... Oh, right!
ওটা দিয়েই দিছে ওটার স্ক্রিনশট রাখতে আমি তো 4K মড ইউজ করতেছি আমার সব ক্যারেক্টার হলো আরো কি বলে এনহ্যান্স ওয়েপেন তারপর ক্যারেক্টার এগুলো সব চেহারা সব ওয়ান্ডারের এই দেখো অ্যাটাক গুলো তুমি নিজে ট্রাই করো
Behold!
তুমি অফ করছো আচ্ছা কি বলে ডিসকর্ডের কোনো ভিডিও তো যাবে না তাই না 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 তাহলে ডিসকর্ডে দেখাই এসে দেখো তোমার ওয়ান্ডারার তোমার এই দেখাই
কি দেখতে আরে এটা তো সুন্দর লাগতেছে
হ্যাঁ
সুন্দর লাগতেছে
কে সুন্দরী তো আরে লং রেড দাও কি drone এটা
too slow squall fury
wonder কোন স্কিন দেই নাই তবে যদি অ্যানিমেশন
quit following me
কত দূর হবে wonder ও ছাউ দেখবা ছাউ তো দেখাইছিলাম তোরে ছাউ এই যে মাই ছাউ tomboy iya keron baido ওয়ান্ডারার কোনো ইউজ করি না অবশ্য ওর আছে তিন হলো অস্থির হলো এইটা নিয়ে দৌড়াই গেল ঠিক আছে আমার গেমের সাউন্ড হয়ে গেছে what the hell আমার গেমের কোনো সাউন্ড নাই তাই তো দেখতেছি। আর ইয়ে সাউন্ড আমার ইতে দাও, হেডফোন ইয়ারফোনে দাও, এর লিগেই তো। এই যে দেখো তোমার ওয়ান্ডারের যে কোনো অ্যাটাক দাও। আমার লাইফ দেখে মানে অ্যাটাক দাও আর আমার লাইফ দাও। অ্যাটাক আর আমার লাইফ তো দুইটা তো একসাথে দেখতে পারো না। লোটাস মাই ডিলুক ওপেনের ডিটেইলসটা দেখো, ফুলি 4K ডিটেইলস। এটা তো অরিজিনাল দেয় না, এটা অরিজিনাল দেয় আর কি, ওই গ্রাফিক্সটা আর এনহ্যান্স করছি। দেখছো এইটা দেখছো, আর গ্রাফিক্স দেখতে পারবো হলো ওই যে তোমার ফেভারিট বয়টারে দেখাই তাহলে বুঝতে পারবে। ওই যে এই যে দেখো ওর হাতে ইটা দেখতেছো, এটা শাইনিংটা দেখো। এত নরমাল দেখো ওর হাতের ইটা।
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it
টিভিতে
is.
পাইছিলাম এত
If someone can't handle it,
টিভি আছে লোক
maybe
টিভি
that's
পেয়ে
the...
গেছি। আমার দিয়া হলো C2 ডিলুক ইউজ কর না যা। আর আর ই করো না, এই ডিলুকের পাখাটা দেখছিল, এই দাও ডিলুকের পাখাটা দাও। আরে ওয়ান্ডারের পাখা আসতেছে, তুমি উইরো না, তুমি নিচে দাঁড়ায় থাকো, আমার এই পাখাটা দেখো। আমার লাইট দেখতেছো, এই যে দেখো, দেখছো উইংটা দেখছো? আরে উইং আবার চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেল, ওটা ওয়ান্ডারেরটা। ওই যে এটা যেটা আসছে এটা ওয়ান্ডারেরটা। আমার ক্যারেক্টার অনুযায়ী গ্লাইডার চেঞ্জ হয়। এই দেখো এক এক ক্যারেক্টারের এক এক গ্লাইডার। ওর সাথে এটা রেডেনটা দেখো না, রেডেন তো নাই আমার। রেডেন মাইলস রেডেন করে আরে দেখা যায় না। রেডেনের সাথে এটারও অস্থির একটা ইয়ে আছে, এটা দেখা যাচ্ছে না। তুমি উড়ো তাহলে দেখতে পারবা। রেডেন নাও, রেডেন নিয়ে উড়ো, দেখতে পারবা। লাইট লাইট জংলেটটা ইউজ করতেছি, যে জংলেটটা শো করে না। স্কিন ইউজ করতেছি, দেখো জংলেটটা শো করে না। এই যে শাউটটা 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 সবচেয়ে সুন্দর লাগছে হলো ইয়োইমিয়ারটা। ইয়োইমিয়ারটা অস্থির। এই যে দেখ ইয়োইমিয়ার এটা দেখছো, আর এটা পুরো অস্থির। না ওরে ওরে কোনো উইন দেয় না, এটা কোনো না দিছে মনে আমি ইউজ করতেছি এর জন্য তো বুঝতেছি না। একটা মানে সুন্দর লাগতো হয়। এই যে ইয়েটা দেখো মোনাটা, ও আমার সাউন্ড যাইতেছে কইলি তো। না না এই যে আমার এই যে এখন ঠিক আছে না, মাঝে মাঝে আমার ওয়েপনটা আরো হলো, এটা হলো ই ক্যারেক্টার, ওই যে হ্যাভেনলি প্রিন্সিপাল যে না, ওর ক্যারেক্টার। পিছেলের উইং গ্লাইডার আছে। এটা তো ফিশালের যেটা নরমাল স্কিনের জন্য আইডিয়া করে রাখছি এই যে ইথারেটা
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
ক্যারেক্টারের সাথে পুরো ম্যাচ
The wind rises.
ওই এই উপরে আসো দেখি উপরে আসো রেডেন নিয়ে উপরে আসো দুজন একটা লাতে তারপর আমার এই যাচ্ছে দেখো মাঝে মাঝে আমি ট্রাই করি ডাবল দেয় না ডাবল ড্যাশ দেয় না মাঝে মাঝে আমি ডাবল ড্যাশ দিই লাভ দাও লাভ দিয়ে গ্লাইড করো এই যে রাইডেনেরটা আমারে নিয়ে দেখতে পারতাম বুঝছো এই দাও যে ক্যারেক্টার থাকে ওই ক্যারেক্টার লাভ দাও লাভ দিলে আমারটাই দেখতে পারবো
আমি তো অন্য কিছু দেখতে
রেডেন করি
আগে আপনার লাগছে দেখতে
দাঁড়াও ওই জায়গায় দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও রাইডেনের ভিতরে কি আছে দেখি ওর ভিতরে কি আছে ভিতরে কেন
রাইডেনের ভিতরে দেখতে চাই
যাও আমি লাভ দিব আগে হ্যাঁ দাও লাভ দাও চলো দাও আরে তোমার আমার ইতে থাকতে হবে তাছাড়া হ্যাঁ আমার সামনে আসো হ্যাঁ এখন দেখো এবার দেখো ওটাও সুন্দর কিন্তু এটার যে এটাও অনেক এটা ওরা করছে পুরা ক্যারেক্টার অনুযায়ী সব ক্যারেক্টারের জন্য আলাদা আলাদা ওটাও এর জন্য ইউজ করতেছি
আরে ওটা জুস
এটা দোষ না
একদমই না আর কিছু একটা জুস আর
Guess we can rest a bit.
গ্লাইডারটা ওর গ্লাইডারটা দেখাতে দেখলাম তো ওর গ্লাইডারটা দেখো ওর দেখতেছো কন্ট্রোলার দিয়ে গেম সিম খেলা মজা হবে না
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Chinese keyboard हम चाइना बढ़ाओ आया तो क्या देखो ना
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
লাইভ অন অফ করব কি নরমাল একটা কিবোর্ড কিনা নাও তাহলে তো 300-400 টাকা দিয়ে একটা কিবোর্ড কিনা নাও রাইখা দেব ওগুলা পরে কাজে লাগবে আমরা গ্যাস করতে দিয়ে রাখি গেনশিন তো খেলতে পারো গেনশিন অন করবো কেমনে ও মাউস তো আছে
Guess we can rest a bit.
কি না কন্ট্রোলার দিয়ে খেলে মজা হবে ভালো তোমার হলো ওই যে আছে না ফুটবল না উইদারিং ওয়েবটাও খেলে মজা হবে প্লাস হলো জয়স্টিক না টাচপ্যাড নাই তোমারটা
না না
তাহলে হবে না টাচপ্যাড লাগবে
ও এদিকে দিয়ে আরেকটা বাটন আছে উপরে কি জোস কন্ট্রোলারটা তো কোনদিন চালাই দেখি কিনে রাখি দিছি জাস্ট
How about you take a rest while I go back?
কি টিপতেছি আন্দাজি ও এই তো আরে শিখা গেছি এটা দিয়ে মাউস দিয়ে
টেলিপোর্টের ওই যে বাটন আছে তো
টেলিপোর্টের বাটন
ম্যাপের ওই যে করতে পারবো
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
কার্ড অ্যাড করা আছে নাকি
না লোল কার্ড আছে দি মাউস দিয়ে গেছে গা আরে ম্যাপটা জাস্ট ওপেন করতে
Where do you
ওই সেটিং এ যাও তোমার সেটিং এ যাও ওই যে কন্ট্রোলার সেটিং আছে ওখানে যাই দেখো বাটন কোথায় দেওয়া আছে আরে গেমের পিছনে
আরে ওখানেই তো যাইতে পারতেছ না পায় মন
ভুলে গেছে
কই গেছি আমি কোথায় কি রে কারে জানি জুতা দেখো দেখছি তো আরে কি দেখছি
তোমারও সবুজ তো
না আমার
এসে দেখো হ্যাঁ
এবার ঠিক আছে এটা ক্লিক করব কি দিয়ে
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
স্কোয়ার দা ব্যাকে আসবে চার কোণ না ওই গোলটা দেই করতে হবে ওটা গোলটা টিপ দাও গোল
গোল
সেটিং এ ওই যে কনফার্ম যেটা কনফার্ম এটা ওই কি করতেছ সাইড ডিটেইলস সাইড করে দিছে
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
কেমনে ক্লিক করব এটা হোল্ড টু কুইক আমার মাউস তো অ্যাট লিস্ট থাকতো
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
উপরের দিকে নাই তো পিছনে আছে দেখো বাটন অনেকগুলো থাকে
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
তো কন্ট্রোলার সেটিং এ ওইভাবে আছে
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liua tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
এই যে এখানে লেখা আছে দেখো এই যে স্ক্রল করে নিচের দিকে নামো এটাই লেখা আছে ম্যাপ কোনটা দাও অন করে এই যে দেখো স্ক্রল করো হ্যাঁ স্ক্রল করে নিচে আসো নিচে আসো না এগুলাই নাই না কন্ট্রোলারের জাইরোস্কোপ কন্ট্রোলারের জাইরো সব গেমের জন্য আছে সব গেমে সাপোর্ট করে জাইরো মোবাইলে খেলি না
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
তোমার কেক দেখাই কেক দেখবা তোমার না এই দেখো কেক এই যে কেক
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
আমার অন্যান্য ইতে মনে করে যে নয়েজ সাপোর্শন অন করলে ঠিক হয় ওটা তাহলে আমারই কিনতে তোমার কেক দেখাই সবচেয়ে বেস্ট কেক কার জানো গেমের ভিতরে সবচেয়ে বেস্ট কেক হলো মোনার আর নরমাল স্কিনটা দেখাই নরমাল স্কিন দেখতেছ না
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liua tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long. Never quite seem to get my land legs back.
particle physics দেখবা? Yeah? Physics কি? সবগুলা এই ই টাইপের যারা ইউজ করে সবগুলা এই তো এই তো সাদা দাও তো একেবারে
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
এই তো নরমালি আয়তটা দেখো এই যে আয়তটা দেখো দেখতেছো আয়তটা কেমন এটা আয়তর থেকে আয়কাতে মানা গেছে তো দুই ভাইয়ের জন্য মানে সেমি দেওয়া তো আয়কাও নাই আয়কা নাও তো আয়কা নিয়ে লাভ হইতে দিই ওর ই কিরকম
ও আচ্ছা ভালো কথা না এখন পারবো না কন্ট্রোলার দিয়ে প্যারা লিখতেছি
কিবোর্ড ইউজ করো
কিবোর্ড আচ্ছা কিবোর্ড কিছুদিন পর আবার চেঞ্জ করতে হবে খুলে ফেলবো তাই থাক
কি সমস্যা হচ্ছে কিবোর্ডে
ওই কোনটা বাটন কাজ করে না
একসাথে রিবন ইউজ পানি টানি করছিল নাকি
পানি না ময়লা হয়ে জমে গেছিলাম
জমা ওটার ভিতরেই হওয়ার কথা কারণ এগুলো সবগুলো অ্যান্টি গ্লেয়ার কোটিং দেওয়া আছে কোন কোম্পানিতে তোমারটা এগুলো তো ভালো কথা আমার তো এয়ারপোর্টে গেল কয়বার পানি ফালাইলাম আইসক্রিম ফালাইলাম আর ওই আমার টিকটকে 11
Cold beer after a hard day's work.
ওই আমার এয়ারপোর্টে এটা 9000 টাকা শুধু 9000 টাকা
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
আমার এটাই তো একবার পানি দিয়ে ট্রান্সফার করতে আমার ফ্রেন্ড আরেক বড় ভাই করে এটা সব করে আর ওই অ্যান্টি ড্রেনিং সিস্টেম দেওয়া আছে প্লাস হলো অ্যান্টি গ্লেয়ার কোটিং দেওয়া আছে
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long.
I stand before it,
I couldn't quite
alone
seem to
and
get my land rights
unchanging.
back.
দাঁড়াও এখানে দাঁড়াও তুমি এখানে দাঁড়াও আচ্ছা দাঁড়াও ও আয়াটা উপরে এসে দাঁড়াও তুমি নিচেই থাকো তুমি আমার ভিউর ভিতরে থাকলে তোমার পাখাটা আমি দেখতে পারবো যাও নিচে যায় এই যে ভিউর যায় দাঁড়ায় থাকো রাস্তাটা আছে না রাস্তায় যায় দাঁড়ায় থাকো সামনে নিচে যে রাস্তাটা না রাস্তায় যায় দাঁড়ায় থাকো তাহলে আমার এই যে দেখ হ্যাঁ আগে দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াইছো দেখো এই যে দেখো
ওরে সেই তো ফ্লাওয়ার প্যাটার্ন
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems. I only wish life with these Alicia just a little more often. greedy of me.
এই তো সুসমান এখন ডিমন আসবে ডিমন কিটা আগে আইসন
Take flight.
ও পাগা
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
দেখতেছো লাইভ ভিতরে কি অবস্থা দেখছো মোটাটা নামানো উচিত না নর্মালটা নামানো দরকার ছিল মানে জিরো আন্দার ওই পুরো দরকার
Manifest!
Hey. সিনারিটা বুঝা দাও সিনারিটা দেখি ওরে সিনারিটা আরো সুন্দর দেখতেছো তারা আবার তার উপরে চলে যাবে সিনারি को चलते चलते वापस कर देते पहले बार-बार দূরে উঠতে চাই और এটা তো সুন্দর ये ठीक है सगन की কত গানা है कितना कितना तो কোনো काम भी नहीं
আসি আসি
what the hell সুন্দর রনের দিকে
Scry the sky.
হ্যাঁ কন্ট্রোলার দিয়ে এগুলো খেলে মজা পাবো এটা হচ্ছে বেশি মজা পাবো উদারিং হয়ে আর ওই আচ্ছা সামুরাই গেমটার নাম কি জানি সুশিমা সুশিমা না ওটা হলো সুশিমা সুশিমা কইতে কইতেছ না ওটা সুশিমা না ওটা হলো সুশিমা
Unleash!
সব সুশিমা সুনামি যেরকম তীর ও জায়গায় এর কারণ হয় এই জায়গায় ওখানটা গেল নেবুলেটার আরেকটা ই দেখাই দাও দেখলে আসতে আস্তে আস্তে মরে যাবো। নেবু আমার মামু নেবু।
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
বিদায় দুনিয়া।
Saduncan signing off.
Good night and good luck.